All right, had to start the recording. Welcome everyone, season 11, Hash Church, episode 22. Where does the time go? Where does the time go? Well, as always, I would love to start off by shouting out our wonderful sponsors. So we're going to gear that up, pull up some logos, and get this show started. Trusted by top hash makers from around the world since 2016, the Press Club is your one-stop shop for award-winning solventless gear. From press bags to wash bags to presses to vessels, you'll find everything you need from wash to press. We're big fans of the Press Club here at Hash Church and what they're doing in the community, so we're very excited to have them on board as an official sponsor. Made in the USA, patented pink stitch, zero blowout guarantee, small family owned business with free expedited shipping for $75 and more, and international shipping available. You can visit them at www.thepressclub.co and use the code HashChurch to take 10% off your purchase. Also, I want to thank our sponsors. Better make sure I do that right here. Just a second. I would like to thank our sponsors, Craft Greenery. Huge shout out to the boys at Craft Greenery, Mark and Dennis, Vancouver's premier cannabis dispensary, for sponsoring today's event. They're all about bringing the highest quality and widest variety of cannabis and extracts right to your doorstep across Canada. Whether you're a connoisseur or a curious newcomer, Craft Greenery has something special for everyone, making your cannabis journey both unique and unforgettable. Check them out for unparalleled selections that's curated with love and expertise. Keep up the great work. You can check them out at Craft Greenery on Instagram and www.craftgreenery. I want to say com, but it might be CA. So make sure you check that out. Also, they are Craft Greenery Cannabis Sauce Rosin Labs promotion. So if you remember the boys from Sauce Rosin Labs, they sponsored us a couple of weeks ago. Hugo and the boys, spectacular rosin. Well, their rosin has now landed in British Columbia, and the Craft Greenery is doing a little promotion from June 1st today to June 15th. Every purchase of the Sauce Rosin Labs live rosin gets you an entry to win a Puffco, the new Peak E-Rig. The more jars you buy, the more chances to win. In store or online at Craft Greenery Cannabis. Which really brings us to our next sponsor, Puffco. Huge shout out to Puffco for powering Hash Church. Puffco's game-changing devices like the Sleek Peak Pro Versatile Proxy and Compact Pivot bring unmatched style and performance, making extracts a vibe for everyone. Their passion for cannabis culture keeps our community blazing strong. Discover the Puffco difference at www.puffco.com and follow Puffco. Last and certainly not least, we want to shout out Bubble Bags. We remain the gold standard for water hash extraction, pioneered by the innovators who defined the craft. Built to last, these top quality bags come with a lifetime warranty, guaranteeing years of flawless performance with a legacy of excellence. The Bubble Bag team delivers unmatched reliability for enthusiasts and pros chasing premium hash results. God, I hate that word premium. Anyway, elevate your extraction game at www.bubblebag.com and use code HashChurch10 for exclusive savings. So shout out to everyone who sponsored the show today. If you have an interest on sponsoring Hash Church, you can reach out to me at bcbubbleman@iCloud. We don't say yes to every company. It is something that we curate, so please don't be offended if we don't see the fit. But if we do see the fit, we will certainly make it happen. And yeah, just give me a shout and we will link up. Anyway, glad everyone is in the chat today. Wonderful to see. We've got, for those of you that are in the chat, oh yeah, Boro Josh, you're late, dude. Don't worry, I started up the machine about 10 minutes ago. I believe Bingo Lombardi had your back. Yeah, so there's a new thing in chat today. It's showing the first, second, and third most posted people. I looked earlier, we had about 2,800 chats in the chat that had happened so far. And about 600 to 700 of them were from Bingo, OG, and John Maddox. So right on, guys. You guys are doing the good work, getting it done, and I appreciate that about you guys. So listen, for whatever reason, nobody else is in the room right now. Sometimes Hash Churches, people come late. Sometimes other things occur. So I'm on my own solo hash church. By the way, back in the day, I used to literally, this was my worst nightmare, starting hash church and having no one come in. But today, I'm kind of stoked on it because I wanted to share a little bit about a trip that I took recently with you guys. Now, you remember when we had Kat and the team from Canna sponsor Hash Church some months back, maybe a month and a half now back. It was the Canna episode. But really, what it was I'm freaking out. It was really an opportunity for us to meet the good folks at Canara. I thought that was really cool of Canna. When they sponsored the show, if you remember, nobody came on from Canna. What they wanted to do instead was showcase one of the groups they'd been working with here in Canada very, very closely. And instead of really doing this sort of shameless plugging, Canada has a very deep understanding. The whole reason they sponsored Hash Church in the first place was not for return on investment, but to show their support of the Hash Church community. So I love that about them, and they're super good folks. And so they hooked us up with Canara. And of course, if you remember, Issam came on. He was the agronomist for the company. And then we also had Justin Conway, who was the PhD chemist for the company. So really, really cool guys. I ended up being invited out there, just recently. I was there last week. And let me tell you, I'm sure some of you saw a little bit of it on social media. It was absolutely mind-blowing. I have never seen a facility this big be this dialed in, for the plants to be as healthy as they were, for the quality of the resin to be as high quality of the resin as it was. It really just blew my mind all the way through. So I figured we would show some pictures today, um, and just share a little bit of my experience that I had while I was there. So let me just I might even show some of the orcas, or sorry, the humpback whales that were jumping yesterday. So the first part of the facility is, of course, in Farnham. It's their smaller facility. They kept saying, "Oh, this is our Mickey Mouse facility," and I was just like, "What are you talking about, Mickey Mouse?" Like, this is an absolutely incredible facility, is what it is. So we'll make sure that I have it all going on here. Make sure that it's showing properly. So this is just me getting ready for uh the tour. Let me just see if I can. There we go. I'm a little bit behind on the video, so I want to make sure the video is sharing. Can you guys see that? Because it's just showing me right now. So there's a little bit of a 1 minute delay. I just want to make sure. Yes, there it is. So you can see it. So we'll go through these pretty quick. This is Canara Biotech. So we're gonna go through this. This is their newt room. You can see reservoir 1, 2, and 3. Um, I was impressed with the piping on the side of the wall here. I thought it was absolutely perfect. I love seeing things that remind me of how OCD someone is. You can kind of see these little sensor units that he has on the little rolling table. So I guess the owner of the company has a real smart brother, and he does code, and he wrote all this code to do, and it's an incredible amount of data aggregation. Not liking taking pictures without my Method 7s with HPS lights, so luckily there was some LED lights that just give you an idea of the rooms. These are their much smaller rooms. I think they're maybe 1,000 square feet. Nice even canopy. Really just nice plants. Everywhere I went, I saw nice plants. I was impressed with the mothers. I'm going to whip through these orange ones because I hate the shots. Here's mothers on the far left here. So real nice, big, happy mothers. That's Charles on the left, as well as Nico just next to him. So Charles is the bald guy. Nico has the piece on his head there. And these guys, Charles is taking clones. I was really impressed. First of all, Nico is beyond impressive. He helps run this entire facility with Zohar. He is the CFO, and he's very much responsible for bringing new products to light at the facility. You can just see everything is clean. Every room we went into was just clean, clean, clean. And I got a lot of hate from people who were like the living soil community, who were upset about the rock wool. I will be honest, the grow was exceptional. And of course, I love living soil, and of course, I love organic production, but I can't not be impressed by the utter and complete impressiveness that this facility held. This is their clone room where he's taking, I think he said 10,000 to 20,000 clones a week or so. So a fair amount, if you can imagine. Nice healthy plants. I was really impressed with the clones. I'm sure I've shown this video already, but I'm going to show it again because it's just, this it's nice to see people executing like properly and effectively. And the fact that I saw no bugs and no pests and no mildews of any kind on these clones. These clones were there was no little things flying, or in fact, I didn't see a bug in the entire facility. I did not see a bug in this entire facility. It really was fairly mind-blowing. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not sure if anyone has come into the room right now because I can't really see to let people in. So I guess I should maybe check to see. Oh, I think we're good. I think it's just me still. I think it's just me still. Yes, it is just me still. Perfect. All right. So there's the clones. I want to make sure I pay attention so that if the homies come in, I'm actually letting them. Oh, nice, Robanero. 5,000 clones. That's good. Yeah, I think they do 20,000 in 5 days, 10 to 20,000 for 5 days. And we'll get to why they do that. Some of the pre-roll joints that were being rolled, I was impressed with the focal point, the focus. This was super dank bud that was just sitting on one of the tables. I remember Nico going, "Holy shit, that's really nice bud." I was impressed with the quality of this bud just sitting under a table. This is the process of the pre-roll joint machine. Very impressed with their tribal joints. Now, I don't smoke joints, but I just thought these looked exceptional with the black ceramic tips. I think they're dipped in diamonds. They're an infused joint of some sort. You can check out the brand Tribal from Canara Biotech. Their other brand is Nugs, which does all the really nice oils, rosins, and whatnot. They do some beautiful temple balls. I mean, really, really proper production at this place. I was completely impressed. Beautiful, beautiful temple balls. And here's some that didn't make the cut. So those end up going off to a different type of hash. Yeah, they were doing all sorts of beautiful production on wraps that I was super impressed with. Um, all in all, this company is it kind of blew my mind. The cleanliness and the professionalness of everything they did. They did old school hanging of their plants, which I was like, fuck yeah. So stoked on the old school of the plants. I thought that was super cool. And yeah, just I think that's most of the one facility. We might have a little bit more. Here's their tuna cans. Okay, actually, their tuna cans impressed me. So I met their hash maker. One of their BHO makers was Freddie, real intelligent guy, had a master's in something or other, really focused. So these are tuna cans that they do. And why I was impressed with this tuna can, bud, was it was really nice. And I was impressed with the quality of the flour that went into it. I'm telling you, any of you would have been impressed to get an eighth like this. And these eighths sell for $25 an eighth retail, which means the company it's not nitrogen actually. They're not doing N2 pack nitrogen sealed dirty. They found that there was no real benefit from them and they did the R&D on it. But yeah, there's some trim, there's some flour in their vault, 100 kgs in each one. This was my favorite room. This was the room where he was doing piatella. He had really nice hash that he was letting cake out just in a very small jar. This thing was out at room temperature. This is some of his piatella. So really nice piatella. There's the ospreys that they had going in their hash room. Couple of hash techs that they had going for dry sift, and really lovely temple balls. And that is the one facility. Now, I will say we should probably share as well the potency and the quality of the hash. So this was one of the hashes they brought over for me to try. Yeah, they have live carts that are super popular. This company is doing it in the most impressive way I have seen yet. Truly, truly quality resin. This rosin I have here today, so we will be smoking on some of that. I can't even remember the cultivar, but I was impressed with these guys to say the least. You know, really, really, really impressed. I don't want to accidentally share my friends inside his house because I'm sure he probably wouldn't appreciate that. So we will go to the next facility. Unless someone has popped in yet. No, no one's popped in yet. This is just a Bubble Man church. Hope you guys are liking it. We're gonna hit some balls after this, some dabs and some temples. Let's see what we got. So we're gonna go share here. Here we go. This is the Valleyfield production facility. These are the brands right here. They do the bubble up. Yes, BC Trichome Farmer. Good call on the bubble up. This one I don't believe was the bubble up. That resin, that bubble hash might have been the bubble up. Good call on recognizing the name. Another one they had that was very popular was something Lynx. I can't remember what it was called, but we'll get it on. So here's their res room of the big room. You can see these are like, this room is beyond dialed, okay? I'm talking super duper dialed. One of the things that Justin mentioned, this is where they mix the nutrients in the middle of the room. So these are all the A, B, C's. One of the things that Justin, the PhD scientist, chemist, said was that Canna is a wonderful company to work with because they work with him to customize the nutrients. Cuban links. Thank you, Ethan Shorts. That Cuban links was incredible. You can see this room is just absolutely dialed and beyond clean. You could eat off the floor of this room. And in the back here, they've got these, I don't know if these are 100,000 liters or 100,000 gallons, but they are monsters. Just perfect filtration, everything dialed and just looking so clean. Thank you, Chuck. I was impressed. If I have not already gotten that off the. So here's some empty space where they still have the ability to build, and this goes into their rooftop greenhouse, if you can imagine. Um, Someone at my door? Yeah, rooftop greenhouse here, which was just mind blowing. The warmth in this room, the size of it, I didn't even find out exactly how big it was, but it had to be hundreds of thousands of square feet, this greenhouse. It was absolutely astonishing how big it was. Yeah, there's Justin right there who came on the show a couple of months ago, about a month and a half ago, and just I mean that puts a smile on your face being in a facility like this. It was just so beautiful. This is outside where they have their reservoir, and now we're getting into the super duper cleanliness. Now this is a giant long hallway. It seemed like it was a kilometer long. I'm not even going to joke. I will wait for this to catch up a little bit. It seemed like it was literally a mile long. And you can see right in the center of the room, you have this, you know, I don't even know what to call it. I guess basically what it's for is it's like a conveyor belt. It is a conveyor belt, but it's built, it stays there. And if you look on the side of each room, you will see, let me see if Etienne is trying to get into the room. Is anyone? No, no one's trying to get into the room. All right. Well, it's still just me on Hash Church. 18 minutes in and my entire panel hasn't shown up. That's fine. I'm fine. So here we go. So this is how they get the plants in and out of the room. This thing is for the plants and the tables to slide out from the room onto here so they can be harvested in the middle of the room by all the employees so they don't have to harvest inside the room. So I'd never seen anything like it. You can see right here, you can, so he's got 25,000 square feet, 10,000, 25,000 square feet is in this room. He's talking right now in my ear. Oh my God, I'd love to fly a drone over this thing. So this is, you can see the pipes at the edge of the tables, and he's going to kind of show a little bit. I don't know if this is the video where he shows it, but he's got HPS and he's got LED lights in here. So he's getting this really full spectrum out of this unit. So really nice looking plants. I was impressed with the canopy. I was impressed with obviously the cleanliness and the resin production. The leaves were tacoing on a lot of these plants. And yeah, it just, you couldn't help but smile. And I know a lot of people, when I posted some of these photos, were they kind of got a little offended. They got a little upset. And, you know, sometimes the living soil folks are a little upset at these larger places. And sometimes these larger places, 99 out of 100, they don't produce what I would call really nice resin. You know, this is under the tables where they have these air bags that blow out a nice clean air and keep the plants from molding or getting stuffy. So yeah, just an impressive facility. I thought the resin production on the plants was on point. Oh, nice, John Maddox. Nice to hear. You're puffing on the hash sticks. I love that. So yeah, I was just really impressed with just the absolute beauty of the flower, the rooms. This is one room. Okay, let me just pull this back for a second. This is one room that Canara does, and they have 12 of these rooms, and they have 12 more coming in that they can fill. So it's something else when you really think about it. Here's the Cuban links. So these are the Cuban links plants. I saw skunk number one immediately. That's what I saw. This just looks like a skunk number one. It was Cuban links, so it doesn't have the skunk flavor. It's very much hazy, almost like terpenoline rich, but it definitely has the skunk structure. I would doubt that anyone would say that this doesn't look exactly like Skunkman Sam's skunk number one. So it kind of brought a tear to my eye when I was in the facility. It was also impressive that the yields, I looked at this plant right away. I said, the yields must be twice of what any other yield is. And they said, yeah, absolutely. The Cuban Lynx comes in hard. It was just beautiful resin. Really nice looking resin on these plants. Cuban Lynx. Here's a little Cuban Lynx video for you. Totally insane. You know, the plants are so healthy. Look at that resin production. Christian Bureau, you've picked the right one. Yeah, what I'm saying on the video right now is a lot of people have excuses that you can't scale cannabis growing. You can't grow weed on a larger scale and make it quality. Well, I'm sorry to say, but this is quality weed, guys. Yeah, high terpene production right here. There we go. I will say that yeah, it was just impressive production. I was right away wanted to play with the resin and see what I could make happen. You can see the plants are extremely tall. Justin's probably close to 6 feet tall, so these plants are 10 to 12 feet tall in this production area. There's Nico and myself giving it the two thumbs up. How can you not give it the two thumbs up? These guys are so happy to go to work every day. Yes, the roof is blackout and solar. So the roof is glass. You can see in this room where they're cleaning, they've blacked out the room. But this is one of the rooms that is going to be taken down. And so all of the plants go on these conveyor belts. You can see in the back end here on this conveyor belt, right here, this is how the table gets out of the room. It goes right out the room on that conveyor belt, which you got to admit is so cool. That is just one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I'm sorry, I've taken so many pictures. I'm going through some of them a little faster, but I figured it would be a fun little thing to oh, is someone joining now? No, it's still just me. It's still just me. Well, maybe Etienne or Dr. Mark or someone else will pop in. So here we go. even canopies, like just beautiful, beautiful canopies. They've got different cultivars in here, but they've just got beautiful, beautiful canopies. Oh yeah, very cool. Some big fatty nugs on here. This shows the blackout room. So this is a dark room that we've opened up. You can see the roof blacked out. More resin, chunky, chunky resin, flowering up with some freshies. Here's a room that's getting ready to get propped up. This is their electrical. Got a beautiful electrical system. And yeah, just more epic beauty. Here's some socks that they have for their BHO lab, and these are the reefer trucks. So they're in here bucking and trimming fresh frozen, and then they've got all of these reefer trucks that they fill up with their fresh frozen. So you can see here, Nico walks me through one of these reefer trucks. I don't know what's in here. It must be 10 or 20 or 30,000 pounds of fresh frozen, or kilos for that matter. But you can see it's all pre-packaged in socks. This is a fresh frozen BHO reefer truck. So you can see the socks, and you can see it just goes right to the end of the 50-foot reefer truck. Bang, boom, bang, 300 kilos, 400 kilos, 300 kilos. It's right in the middle of the room, another, 2,000, maybe a ton of trim sitting in there getting ready to go. Every inch of this place was so bloody professional. It was unbelievable. Back up to the greenhouse. Yes, I love the greenhouse. I think that might be most of it. Yeah, that was it. There was just really a few other things, but well, I'm happy to have walked you guys all through that. How exciting is that? Did that not impress you? Because I'm telling you, from a guy who walked through it, it absolutely blew my mind. Truly blew my mind. So let me get some of my panelists in here. Not that I can't talk. I can talk. I could talk for the next 4 hours by myself. But that would be no fun. You guys want to hear the panelists. So we'll send out this invite to a few folks. I did send the invite out to our dear friend Soma, and we're hoping that Soma's gonna come see us in here today. We've got, I pulled that out, but I should still have another. Oh, there it is right there. There we go. Let's see if Mr. Soames is gonna come in. We are ready for you, brother. Yes, RIP to Skunkman Sam, because Skunkman Sam, if he didn't show up in the first few minutes, he probably wasn't showing up for church that day. And that's the way I always sort of felt with Sam. If I didn't see him in the first 15 minutes, he was probably going to miss it. But, well, why don't we have a dab? I've got a little bit of the rosin from Chimera. You can see the quality of this resin. Like there's no faking quality. I know that a lot of people don't want it to be so, and they're haters, and they're like, "Ah, that's just a big production facility." Let me tell you, that fucking facility is the greatest facility I have ever visited, hands down, in my entire life. Those guys deserve all the success that they're getting. And let me tell you something that I haven't even mentioned. The culture of their facility, of their company, was some of the most positive culture I've ever been around in a cannabis company. It really, I don't know how to say enough about it. And I know I'm blowing a ton of smoke up these guys' asses, but they completely impressed me. The sensory group, the sensory scientist group, right? They got a bunch of young guys. They go over weekly to the chemist, to Justin's place. He's got a beautiful place on the river. And they sit down there and they puff. And let me tell you, these guys were puffing. They were puffing in a way that I've never seen anyone puff from a facility like that. Nothing of this facility, when you see it, can be assumed to be what it normally is. First of all, the CEO, the owner, the master grower, in fact, Zohar, completely impressed me as well. He understood every corner of this facility. There was nothing in the facility that he didn't have a deep understanding of. He understood all of the processes. Like he could have sat with Dr. Mark and talked chemistry, talked about the butane process, talked about how they extract, how they're moving one of the, all of these different things. It just blew me away. The water extraction, the SOPs for the hash balls was his. He was very different in the sense that most CEOs for companies like that would come in on day one, they would do a photo shoot in the lab, in the grow, and then they would never visit those places again. I am growing hockey hair. Yes, this is my hockey hair, Chuck. We're rooting for the Edmonton Oilers against the Florida Panthers for the Stanley Cup playoffs. Yes, I am. But anyway, shout out to the Canara guys. I'm going to rip a dab right now. In fact, I better organize my banger because it's not quite ready. Let's get that in there. So we're going to need a few more minutes before we hit this dab because I got to clean the banger. I've got to clean the banger. We can agree, though, at that size, it's a business and we know how that goes. I don't know, Foul Bundy. I can't say that I did know how it goes. All I knew was, when I met the butane maker, Freddie, one of the butane hash guys, he was telling me that he found the company by buying the tuna can tins with that flour in it, and for 25 bucks Canadian retail, that's about 18 to $20 US for an eighth retail, meaning the company itself must be selling it at like, I'm being honest, Foul Bundy, I was there and you were not. So you can make assumptions all you want based on what you have seen. But for me, I got to see something different and it blew my mind. These folks they're unique in the cannabis industry. And I should have known that because Kat, who is an absolutely amazing friend from Canada, she was the one that introduced us to those guys. And I remember when Justin and Assam came on and the things they were saying also impressed me in a great deal. Just the way they were talking about, when Assam was like, one of the first things I did when I came into the facility was I wanted to see if we could eliminate irradiating flour. Well, that's not something a large company would ever consider doing because that becomes a vector for you to lose fairly large amounts of revenue. Welcome, Dr. Mark. How are you doing today?
Hey, Marcus. So isn't it funny? I came in just as you called for me, right?
That's awesome, dude.
Right? You're like, oh, he can even talk with Dr. Mark. It's like, oh,
Well, and this is a CEO, dude. I mean, you're a chemist. How often does the CEO impress you of companies? Be honest. In a chemistry way. In a chemistry way.
well, are you talking about a chemistry company or are you talking about a cannabis company?
I'm talking about a cannabis company who
Yeah.
has a CEO who can impress the growers, who can impress the hash makers, who can impress the chemist. I've just never come across it. I truly haven't.
Yeah, I mean, it's refreshing when you see that level uh of competence at the CEO level because now, I mean, like when you get training as a scientist, well, you learn to be skeptical and you learn to treat information that's brought to you, especially when you're in a structure where everybody reports to you, right? So people, some CEOs surround themselves with the proverbial yes men, right? People who just say yes all the time, and it's important for CEOs to be able to understand the information that they're given and be able to act on it in a way that's responsible to the shareholders of the company or whatever, the people who own the place. I mean, that's one of the reasons, Marcus, I take very seriously, like when I consult with people and I'm basically spending other people's money, it's like, yeah, my scientific reputation is on everything that I say and everything I do, recommend and tell them. And what's really cool, Marcus, is like when you get a CEO who's not who doesn't have the scientific acumen, but you can tell that their leadership quality allows them to express the humility that they need to have to lower themselves to be able to learn. Because, yeah, some CEOs or some people at that level, I shouldn't just pick on CEOs, just C suite people, right? Like CFOs, CSOs, CEOs, COOs, all those C people, it's important for them to basically enable their workforce to get the job done, to get products sold, get it out the door, do what they need to do. Boy, I was watching the show when you started, and I was looking at the pictures, super impressive. And that when you see a facility like that, that there's serious dollars behind it, right? I mean, it's like you don't you don't snap your fingers and that happens, right? You have a plan and you're executing on a plan. And when you're talking about immobilizing that scale of facility and workforce, a lot of people are depending on that as a job or as a revenue generator. And yeah, I mean, it looked super impressive. Just my quick, just looking at your thing before I joined. But
You should definitely go visit them, Dr. Mark. You're
yeah,
not
well, it's
overly far
so
away.
where is it
Justin
again,
invited you.
Marcus?
It's in Quebec, like about 30
Where in
minutes
Quebec,
from,
though?
about 30 or 40 minutes from Montreal.
Okay, so from the Vermont state line, it would be probably like what, like an hour or something?
I'm not sure exactly, but even if it was 5 hours, I would definitely
Yeah.
go because you got an open invitation from the chemist there, Justin Conway, and
Oh, awesome. Well,
yeah,
thank
he,
you.
he he invited you on the show when we did the show with them. So that was a couple of months
Okay.
ago. But one of the things I wanted to say about the size as well, because a lot of people, one of the first people I ever met who agreed with me that scaling doesn't have to mean lowering of quality and purity was, of course, Skunkman Sam. And Skunkman Sam always told me I could grow the highest. He's like, I don't even need a greenhouse. I could do it in a field. I can grow exceptional quality cannabis in a field on a large scale. And people just did not want to hear that. And the same thing with when I started bubble bags. I made the 5 gallon bags. Well, when I made 20 gallon bags, which were actually 32 gallon bags, people were terrified of them. And lots of people still ran 5 gallon sets instead of a 32 gallon set. And it was probably Space and Corpy in California, the Bazaar brothers, who were one of the first to scale it up to like 100 gallon, the linear actuator that was like 4.5, 5 feet long, and that whole process. And before they were doing that, people just thought, well, if you go bigger right away, you're going to contaminate, you're going to do this, because they were not understanding that scale just involves a slight tweaking of your variables in whatever it is that you're doing. And sometimes that slight tweaking can become a major tweaking if you're going from a tent to 12,000 lights, which is what that facility was that I just shared. That was 12 rooms with 1,000 lights in each room, with 12 empty rooms ready to put 1,000 lights in each room, with what I'm guessing was a 600,000 to 700,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse. Which, let me tell you, dude, when I went into that greenhouse upstairs and Justin was like, oh, I want to convince them to do living soil up here, I was just like, these guys are the fucking winners.
Sign me
They
up. Let's
they are the
fucking
fucking
go.
dude. I'm telling you, like they've got this. I just cannot express the level of impressed that I was and am from going over to this place. Like yeah, it's the biggest salt newt factory I've ever seen in my life. Yet the fucking resin was beautiful. I'm smoking it right now. This is so loud and so nice. They work so closely with Canna that Canna actually customizes the fertilizer for them. So they have custom fertilization. But the idea of putting a living soil greenhouse like it, and I don't know if you saw the greenhouse, Dutch, but it was
No,
like
I didn't see the greenhouse. I saw
it's
most of it though.
it's huge. It's the whole roof of the facility. It's absolutely bonkers. And I was there on kind of an overcast day. It was cooking. It was
Yeah, I
so
know.
warm and beautiful and perfect in that greenhouse, dude. I was just like, oh, I guess this is what envy feels like. I'm not an envious person, like ever, but I was so fucking just envious sitting in that greenhouse upstairs. And I turned it into inspiration because that's what you got to do with envy. Envy and inspiration are one and the same vibe. One makes you feel bad, one inspires you. They both can get you, well, one's not going to get you what you want, and one's definitely going to get you to where you want. But yeah, dude,
Bro,
completely impressive.
Did they build that building, or was that building already there and it was something else before
No,
they did?
listen, let me just tell you one more way these guys are winners. This is how they won. the Green Organic Dutchman, one of these cannabis billion-dollar companies that was burning money to the ground, much like Tilray and Aurora and Canopy. The TGOD, they were called T-God, the Green Organic Dutchman. Okay, they built that facility for $280 million. Guess what the Canara boys bought it for?
1.2.
27 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
10
what was
cents on the
originally
dollar.
built to do?
To grow weed.
To grow weed. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. To grow weed. So it's just they started out winning. This company was winning from day one. They
Right.
just didn't do stupid shit. And they just
Well,
did. I
the
would
thing that people don't.
guarantee. Go ahead.
I was going to say the thing that people don't understand. Like there is so much finger pointing, and this industry in the start of it, the last 10 years, has been so fucking challenging. No matter what business, no matter what amount of money, and for it all to come together, and for the original guy who designed, like the original, every grower was already stepping up their game every fucking time, learning to grow it was just challenging. You're getting rules that don't apply, that are hard. Over and over again, it becomes challenging, and when people are pushed, people often make bad choices. Like I do have some empathy. When I came into Washington as a medical producer, we were the first day we watched all these folks who weren't legacy cannabis people take over these rec licenses, and we kind of didn't care for them. 10 years later, I'm a co-rec business owner with these folks, and I'm looking at them, and we're struggling together, and they've been doing it for 10 years, and I'm just like, oh, you're just regular people that are losing your shit too, and because this shit has been so challenging. And so it's in every industry. As there, I got the opportunity to be a part of the snowboard industry as it was starting, right? And so we had the same sort of shit happen. Companies would break off of larger companies like Burton and start other companies with different technology and break through and do things better. Rome was a really great example of that. And the same thing's going to happen in our industry. I'm glad you got to see this. It's the people coming together, the right amount of money, the right amount of team leadership, like the know-how, everything you were saying, Marcus, like that's fucking cool. We want to see that. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
I wished I could have brought in Skunkman Sam to this facility, because Sam would have been completely and totally impressed with the facility and what they were growing. It's funny because Fal Bundy just goes, "Oh, that at that size, quality goes out the window." I said, "No, dude, I was there. I'm smoking the rosin right now."
Yeah, we just haven't seen much of it because of all the fucking problems. But it's going to happen. It's going to come on. There are more and more living soil grows coming on. There are more and more rosin companies coming on all the fucking time doing cool shit. Like quality is stepping up across the board in the US, and I know I'm hearing that it is in Canada. I haven't been there for a minute, but
Ooh, dude, the
Well,
rosin is so nice.
buying a $280 million building for 27 million is a score.
yeah,
Right. I mean,
that'll do it.
I think one of the challenges one of the challenges I've seen just down here, projects I've worked on, is most cannabis companies don't have those kinds of deep pockets to, put in that kind of money to build a facility. So often you're retrofitting some other production facility. And it really, I think you guys would both agree, it really takes a lot of vision at the top of the company to like walk into like, I don't know, a tuna factory or something and say, oh man, I could grow weed here. It's like, you got to really understand everything from GMP level production to, all the security countermeasures you have to take. I just remember always having headaches when it comes to just upfitting buildings, just because a lot of weed is produced in buildings that probably shouldn't be producing weed. Now, for 280 million bucks, Marcus, I mean, that's, the air handling in there must have been, absolutely spot on correct. And I would assume that, there was, GMP level, like air showers that make sure that people going into production areas aren't, bringing, dirt and dander with them and shit like that. But
Did they
that
have a tissue lab, Marcus?
Dude, they did have a
Yeah,
tissue
imagine.
culture lab. Yeah, they had, listen, dude, they had a full understanding of everything. I go into these places often disappointed. I often see things that shock me. I didn't see anything that shocked me in a negative way. Everything blew me away in a positive way. I was completely shocked. Like I just couldn't believe. I'll tell you what, every company that tried to do this is a neat thing because you see all these companies that are big, and Foul Bundy, who I just removed from the room because he called me a pleb for saying that this was quality resin. I know what quality resin is. I set the fucking bar for quality, so I have an understanding of what quality resin is, and this is absolutely quality resin. In fact, I would compare it to some other really quality resin that I'm about to smash here in a little bit, which is the new flavors from the Sauce Boys. Got myself what did I get? I got a grease bucket and a purple poison OG. These are craft, small size, like super quality rosins, like beautiful. I smashed out 6 grams of these, and I'm absolutely telling you that this Canara hangs with it. They are both beautiful rosins. So you know, that's a hard pill to swallow when your whole thing is like, oh, you can't grow quality weed. And I will say what these guys at Canara are doing is they are doing what every other company tried to do and failed. It can be done. It absolutely can be done. And just because a bunch of people failed at doing it and didn't execute it the right way, and in my opinion, they're doing a lot of the things that a lot of the big companies do. The only difference is they have this passion that's fueling the company that's beyond a bottom line of just trying to make money. And that I experienced 100%. Big shout out. So I think I'll hit some of the sauce labs. I just hit a little bit of this NSU. I'll hit some of this grease bucket because it's oh so yummy. How you doing, Adam?
Fantastic. I mean, it's good to see you guys.
Dude, are the
I
dogs like 150 pounds now each? Is that what's going on?
They're big. They're 9 weeks. I'm together a little picture for the background here, and
Oh, nice.
holy cow, they're doing great. We're looking for homes. I do want anyone who may be a capable caretaker to go to wolfmountainorganics.com to see the pups and get in touch with me because there seems to be a very big glut of puppies, spring puppies. So we have 5 of the 9 litter left, and I'm getting some pictures here. I'm going to go grab some of the pups. But you're right. Safe access to clean medicine. Holy cow. That is the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Clean medicine. That is the game, isn't it? And I think as I get older, this happened to me at one point in time with sort of how I perceived solvent extraction. I just was like, why do I divide? Why do I just do what you want? Promote what you want, but you don't have to like shit on something else that's going on. And I see the cannabis community do it so strong. I was the worst. When I was building up the bubble bags and smoking full melt only, I was just like looking down on. Now I have envy. I envy people that smoke BHO and love it. I'm like, man, I wish I could enjoy that the way you do. I envy fucking Dutch smoking that joint right now. I can't smoke a joint. It doesn't taste good to me. I ruined the experience. But it is something that I really do miss. And in fact, yesterday when Mark from Craft Greenery was over here, and I had the little NIR unit from Ruben who came here, and I was like, let's test some flowers. This will be fun. And I broke up a bud that was in my freezer for like, I don't even know how long because people leave bags of weed here and then I just never touch them. So they stay in my freezer for like years, like sometimes quarter pounds, half pounds. Anyway, there was a quarter pound in there and I pulled out a bud and I ground it up to do the NIR test and I smelt it and it had like this old school Northern Lights back end of the haze smell. not that sharp front end of the haze, but the sort of back end of the haze, that perfume smell. And fuck, dude, I actually wanted to roll a joint and smoke it. Of course, I have no papers in my entire house, and I probably wouldn't have smoked it. And if I did, it would have tasted like shit because I ruined that experience for myself. But I do envy watching people smoke joints and enjoy things that I can't enjoy. Instead of judging them and being like, they shouldn't be doing that because I don't do that. Where does that mentality come from? I only do this, so everyone should only do this. Is
Yeah,
that
well,
how?
we're creatures of mimicry, and there's a bit of yeah, getting used to it. I'm gonna go enjoy a little coffee here, and this experience. How much is it the taste, and how much is it the process? And it's great to see Dutch. Dutch, I haven't seen you since one of the early regenerative gatherings that you ran. So I was
Up in
down there.
BC.
No, in Laytonville, down there
Oh,
in
yeah, in Garberville.
Garberville. Correct. Correct. So it's great seeing you, man.
You too,
Looking
man.
healthy. Holy cow.
In the garb.
What a
In the
cool
garb.
little ITAL gathering. Nick was there from Green Source, and Dragonfly Earth Medicine were there. This is quite a gathering. Very cool.
Yeah, it was a very it was a cool vibe. Everything just came together. I didn't know any of those people prior to putting those events on. I knew some of them obviously to reach out to different folks, but it really opened my world up in the best fucking way possible. I got to meet so many, and it still ripples the genetic sharing
Dude, it was
and
important.
information that the information that has come off of those learnings is fucking crazy. I'm so fortunate to have just been a part.
Me too. I was happy to be a part. That was banging, dude. Like that whole experience and the way it kind of just happened, it was just kind of under the radar, bubbling. I remember the one you did in BC because I did the lift the same day. And it was really chatted out. Like it was really just like all suits and just like no soul. And then I went to your event and I was like, oh, weird. This is what we've done. We've like it's almost like the city of Vancouver, which has no soul. If you come here, like people from Montreal, they're like, "Where's the soul? Where's the soul?" It's like, well, we put the soul in the mountains here. You got to go to the mountains. You can't go to the city. We don't have like bars and fucking concert scene. Like we don't have any of that. We
Just
have the
gotta look
mountains.
around.
Yeah, like yesterday I went down to my beach and while my son played with his friends, I watched humpback whales breach the Pacific Ocean one after another, after another, after another. It was the most magical fucking thing, dude. Like it was so good. Actually, I could share a video of a couple of the humpies popping out for a little visit.
Oh
Like
Wow.
that's
yeah.
just my son's just growing up like with these fucking things coming out of the ocean. And he's just like I asked him, I was like, what's it like that you're because you're swimming in this water? He's like, I don't even think about it. There's just orcas and sea lions and like all the largest like sea life ever. These humpback whales are gigantic. That video does not do it justice. When they're
Yeah.
closer to the shore and they come out of the water with their mouth open and smash down, you're just like, holy shit. And they do another one where they swim super fast and they come right out of the water and then smash down on their side. And it is, you're literally hearing people, just regular old people go, oh, wow, oh my God, like having borderline orgasms. It's pretty awesome. It makes me wonder about the state of the world because I see the people in my neighborhood wanting to protect the whales and they want to protect the bears and they want to protect all the wildlife, but they are consuming 77 billion chickens per year and about 240 billion cows and pigs and goats and
Wow.
fucking other animals. So I get that we are hypocritical. I'm hypocritical, of course. If you go back in time and listen to things that I've said, you will find hypocrisy in things that I've said. I don't doubt that whatsoever. Did you like that Q-tip throw over the shoulder? Did any of you catch that? I had the dirt. I was talking and I did one of these.
Trying to get it in the ear.
No, it's going into the garbage can, and right behind me here, I've got a garbage can, and I usually at the end of the day, I'll count how many shots I made. And I gotta say, man, I'm up in the 8 out of 10 shot range right now. I did miss that last
I
one
mean,
because it
you're
hit
also
my head.
you're in a 10 out of 10 environment. You know what I've seen from your slopes and the water, and holy cow, you're in a beautiful area. It's
Yeah.
almost like protecting an animal versus you kind of create the place where the healthy animals can live, or you help sustain or steward this place
And I'm not
versus
trying to say people can't eat animals either. I'm not trying to be like a
well
militant
well and
vegan. I'm just trying to say there's a level of hypocrisy when you're trying to save the bear, but you're
uh-huh.
literally consuming some other animal 3 times a day.
There's probably a lot of this, and the Tyson farms down in Missouri that are just toxic uh, origins of going into the rivers, and then the Calschwitz that's right above LA. These ways of
Auschwitz.
macro industrial producing the meat is not the way. And to from a nutritionist standpoint, the meat and the fats are our body's inputs for our own 2-AG and anandamide, the endocannabinoids that our gut produces.
Right.
So I think that definitely to say don't feed your body the things it needs to run its anti-inflammatory immune system might be incorrect, but working those animals into a healthy system where they're producing the nitrogen, and the manures they're producing are
Sure.
mixing with our overflow carbons, and we're producing more living soil. This is very much
Joel Salatin style.
Joel
The
is
lunatic.
fantastic. He has done more. The
He's the
Polyface
lunatic.
Farms has done more with upgrading this idea of you can actually be semi-industrial and still take care of the earth.
Hmm.
Even just like the two chickens per family or whatever, concept. Like you wouldn't believe how many people just come over and go, "Oh, it's so crazy! You guys got chickens," and you're like, uh, you
Well,
know,
again, the chicken is. I
Why, you
mean,
don't
I've
eat
looked at
eggs?
chickens now.
yeah, like you have scrap food and you eat eggs, like
Yeah,
Dude,
the
chickens
fat.
are like almost like a liver or a kidney for the system. Like you just everything needs to be in play, and it's kind of one of the bummers about the federal regulations in Canada, in the sense that like a true regenerative farm will have a hard time existing in under the current regulations. You know, they just don't want that closed loop of animals.
Yeah, the part of the cycle. It's Humboldt over on the coast. We're in Trinity, but over on the coast, it's like you pull into town and there are cows in the very lush green grass meadows, and that meat and that food, or that idea of like nothing makes me feel a little more secure than a healthy pasture with healthy animals in, because they're like, oh, that's future food. So it's like no matter how bad it gets or how scary the world appears through the screens, um, something about seeing a healthy pasture really sets you at ease. And the Humboldt grass-fed beef is this special thing. But even they, with this long-term, multi-generation family business, have now started to export the meat down to Mendocino to be processed. So it's like the idea that the best of the best organizations are struggling to keep things local and to keep things operating. What up, Colin?
What's up,
What's
boys?
What up? What
Sorry I'm
up?
late.
It's that young man in the hat.
I know. What a
Yes.
gent.
I'm in my hat. I got my attire. Full
Oh
melt,
yes.
baby.
I'm wearing today I'm sporting the Mossy Giant. Shout out to the Mossy Giant, all 6 foot 11 inches of you, brother. I love you. And one of the things I love about my Mossy Giant hat is his art on the inside of the cap. This
Ooh,
guy
that's
is
cool.
a tripper, bro.
I love that. There was a company that when I was
Have
playing music,
it. No, I'm just
with
joking.
Soundtribe Sector 9, they had this
Oh,
company out of Santa Cruz that was doing the hats for them that was like super sick. Like every hat that they did for the band, inside of it had that same sort of vibe in it. It was super rad.
dude,
That's
I
really cool.
miss Sound Tribe Sector 9, bro. I felt like those guys were brothers for a while. They'd come up, they'd hang out, they'd party, they'd dab out, they'd
Oh,
play
they're brothers
amazing
still,
shows.
man.
They are,
They're
I know,
still
but I haven't
brothers.
seen them in years, bro. Same with that other maniac that used to play, the New Deal, Jamie. Remember
You know,
Jamie?
I do. So the New Deal, it's funny to just started cut into music here, boys, but the New
It
Deal,
happens.
I know, right? But the New Deal, I think this should be said, is like I was thinking about something came on of theirs and I was like, dang, this is virtuoso style stuff. Like this is
Yeah, man.
super heady, but like has this like drum and bass vibe to it with like virtuous jazz guitar on top, and like they were just rippers. And they just, I think the drummer might have passed away. Somebody I think in the band isn't with them anymore, but I think they stopped, but they were rippers. And much like Soundtrack Sector 9, they had such a great in that realm of call it exploratory music. They were some of the best, man. I mean, I remember seeing them in New York a lot, and they were just mad respect. Like as a percussionist, like the drummer was on point, and they're just awesome. But I know Zach really well from Sound Tribe and Hunter and Phipps and all those guys. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with them, and they was on their label actually, 1320, and I think they're still going, and I think they're trying to do more intimate concerts with our community, and I think
Hmm.
there's something to be done with them, as we kind of figure out the next iteration of and perhaps not hash church, but legends or something. Maybe there's a way for them to get,
Oh,
you
dude,
know.
dude, I'm telling. Listen, how I met Jamie. This goes back to the early 90s, and he used to play for a band, and I urge you all to go check out this band because they were fucking awesome. They were called One Step Beyond, and that was the name of the band. And the first place I ever saw them was in Winnipeg at the Blue Note Cafe, at this really magical spot that if like anyone was in town that played music, they would go to the Blue Note Cafe, and it was super small, fit like 40 people or 50 people maybe. And so, yeah, he played with them. He was super cool. We hung out with them, became good friends with them. And then he started the New Deal. And I was just like, this guy is an absolute, he is the show. Like when he's playing his keyboards, he's like so excited and so much energy coming off of this guy that, yeah, just those kind of early jam band days of the 90s when, I mean, shit, I hadn't even seen Fish yet before I met One Step Beyond because I only saw Fish in 93 and I would have met those guys in like 90 or 91. So good memories of
Sound
enjoying
Tribe,
music and cannabis. Sound
Marco
Tribe.
Benevento Russo,
Hmm.
Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey. A lot of these guys, the percussion led, Mike Dillon, a lot of
Hmm.
his xylophone stuff. I mean, this stuff's transcendent when time and sound and all the energies come together. Holy cow. It's very
You know,
much like these temporary churches. And maybe ganja is very much part of this, the frankincense and myrrh of the musical temple.
I mean, we
Indeed.
can't not talk about them without mentioning Badesky, Martin, and Wood. I mean, you
For
know,
sure.
John and Billy Martin in particular on drums is very, very good at hitting the pocket. Like he
I,
just really knows how to stay in the pocket. Unlike a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
drummers,
Chris
they're
funny
just
Wills is
how I
amazing
ahead of
resisted
the
too.
mentioning
metronome.
them. I resisted mentioning them because of almost not wanting to do the more niche but their Bonnaroo set from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. where they brought Ciro Baptista and the Antibalas horns up.
Oh my God, dude.
They did a rendition of Moti Mo, King Sunny a Day song, and this was so the vibes were. I mean, I'm getting my whole thing's lighting up just remembering it, and so
Awesome.
warm. The Hammond organ and the Leslie and the oscillating speaker, all it all kind of ties in, and that's
That's an
It's
amazing band, Anti-Ballast. To go see that
fantastic.
band is an experience. It's funny you mentioned MMW because that is another band we befriended in Winnipeg during the same time around 1990. And they were at the Pyramid, which was another kind of popular music spot, and they were like stuck. They were stuck in Winnipeg till like 4 or 5 a.m. And I remember I gave John Medeski this like 7 gram haze bud, and I was like, this will keep you up all night because he was like, oh, I don't want to like. It was like 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. He was like, I don't really want to like have to fall asleep for 2 or 3 hours. I was like, oh, just smoke this haze, and because of that haze bud, he always hit me up when he came back to Winnipeg. And so it was, yeah, it was a cool experience. Same with Blues Traveler. We met those guys. I remember because their bass player, also at the Pyramid, their bass player left Winnipeg and got caught with like half a gram of coke at the airport. So he had to keep coming back for court. That's the bass player that passed away, actually.
Yeah.
So he was
R.I.P. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Rest in peace for sure. That dude was a
You know,
fucking
it's a
good
funny
guy.
story, dude. I rented him my studio in Brooklyn, New York, in Dumbo next to me to build his personal studio that he built for 6 years by himself. His brother actually took over it when he passed. It was this
Wow,
big deal.
what a small world,
Uh,
eh?
yeah, it's so crazy. When you brought him up, I was like, oh my gosh, like I used to be his landlord.
That's
You
wild.
know,
Yeah, well,
I got this.
they were all
Yeah,
just dudes in Winnipeg.
totally.
Like none of them had created a popularity for themselves. They were all just musicians, and the way we looked at it, which is how most people in different cities that love cannabis and love music, it's like, well, you know what? If there's a musician that I like and they like cannabis, I'm gonna make sure they have it while they're in my city so they don't have to worry about it. And all
Yeah.
I really want in return is to watch said band play my favorite music baked on the herb I gave them.
It's so magical, the things that the plant does for us all to bring us together with other individuals. And I think that's a great example of it. For me, it's the same thing. I think a lot of us here on this, on the show today have some form or another. The plant has led us to other individuals. I mean, sh shoot, that's how we found each other, Marcus, through music, and then cannabis kind of just blended into it all. And it's such amazing. We're so lucky, it's an amazing thing. It really is. It's the universal kind of language that draws us together. Without even saying anything, you kind of, oh, you're into this, I'm into that. Oh, cool. Maybe we can hang. And
It's such a
it,
Totally.
cool homage to want to get what you appreciate into the creatives that you love. You're like, I love, I really enjoy what you're producing. I think you should have some of this. I want to see if it uplifts you and does what it does for me. It's such an
yeah.
Totally.
intimate idea of like taking your favorite artist's gifts and
Well, it leads me to this, Adam. Lately, what I've been doing, I got sucked down the Ren rabbit hole, right? Ren, the artist from the UK. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Ren. If not, bonus, I get to turn you all on. He's got a track called High Ren. And Ren got like misdiagnosed with like mental illness years ago when he was like 19 or 20. But he actually had Lyme's disease. And so he ended up kind of like suffering, not moving for a long time in a bed and just having psychosis and mental breakdowns. And he wrote this incredibly beautiful music of that journey through, madness. And he's got a song called High Ren that I have watched probably like 400 or 500 times. And then I also watch a lot of people reacting to it. I would urge each and every one. Yesterday, I had a friend over, Mark from the Craft Greenery, and I was like, "We got to watch this song. It's 9 minutes long." Mark, Dr. Mark, you would be impressed because it's live. He's in a wheelchair. They roll him in. He's got an acoustic guitar, and he does it in one take. But the whole song, like I won't give too much away, but it would be what I would consider probably the hardest thing to do in one take. He did it 4 times, but they used a single take. They didn't splice all four into one. So he did four one takes, and the one that you see in the video, High Ren, is the one that they obviously used. It has 53 million views. It's a couple of years old. It is so fucking powerful and incredible. And I tell you, at the end of it, when he stands up, if the hair on the back of your neck and arms is not just in full static energy, it's you have no soul because that is some of the most touching, heart-wrenching. You'll probably cry, honestly. If you don't cry, then you might need to watch it a few more times and tap in a little deeper because it is powerful, powerful stuff.
Empathy,
It's
compassion.
amazing.
Empathy
What's
and
that?
compassion are real. And these, you mentioned Lyme's and this misdiagnosis. And I recently had someone in the family with a tick bite. And, so you look into this, and I've met, and you look into like, okay, what's the treatment? And it's a broad scale antibiotic into the blood. And it's like, well, that's going to destroy the immune system somewhat. But they're going after a bacteria that's injected from the tick. And I've talked to different people who have these issues, and some of them are being treated with multiple courses of antibiotics after the original diagnosis, years after, and they're not able to get their body to activate. And, in short, I found that, high dose vitamin D, high dose vitamin C, some zinc and magnesium, kind of filling up your body's paint buckets to encourage your own immune system, the endocannabinoid system, which is going to encourage the lymphocytes and the white blood cells to attack like wolves, the invader. Movement, hydration, getting the lymphatic system to move the bacteria, not allow it to stay in place. It's just interesting you say the Lyme, and it's like I'm really interested like how these people get there. I think it's sometimes another example of the Western medicine's cure becoming the cause of the problem. um, but man, holy cow, when people stand up and get through it, get through their hard times, that is, nothing is better than that.
Yep, it's nice. Everyone needs those stories. And I'll tell you, man, at the end of that 9 minute video, it's the most like crescendo, like you're just like, yes, it's good. It's good. Everyone should put it on at the end of church. Definitely watch that video. It's a doozy. Maybe the single, like I don't even know what I could compare it to, like greatness. Like it's like something like I don't know, like Freddie Mercury would have done back in the day or something. Like it's just so unique. You just think of all the people that have been playing music. In fact, one of the things I noticed, and I don't know a ton about music, but he definitely in that video goes through all 12 of the chromatic chords in order. Choo, 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 all the way down, which is, I don't think he did that by accident. I think he put it in there to make sure it was all in there. But check it out. I think I'd love to hear your opinion on it, Colin, after you watch that video, because you've been
Yeah,
playing music like all your life.
yeah, no, I've been playing since I was a little kid. I've been blessed to play with some pretty amazing people and,
Dude, I got to
learn.
see you play music in Amsterdam on stage.
You did, yeah. That was really, that was such a weird moment because I'm like, I just got off tour. I'm in Belgium. My bandmates are like, what do you want to do? I was like, dude, we're going to Amsterdam. Like, we're going. Like, we're here. We're going to Amsterdam. We're all going together. I want to take you to all these spots that I know. And like, I show up and I remember walking down the street and I see bubble bags out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, woof, boom, let's go there. And I walk in and like I think I see like I don't know, someone from THC, maybe it was Adam's partner or something. And I'm like looking at the bags. I'm just stoked because it's like my buddy's stuff's here. Like I can't believe his bags are up in the wall. Especially at that time, still.
That
And
was Hempworks.
he didn't believe it. He was like, Marcus? There's no way. And I was just like, he like hands me the phone. I'm like, yo, it's lemon cake, bro. And you're like, what? And I didn't even know it was the High Times Cannabis Cup. And you're like, yo, come over. And I remember coming over and it was just awesome. It was like a really great experience meeting all the collective individuals. I remember Summa's herb that he had gotten, or you'd gotten some of Summa's herb and we were smoking some of it. And it was just an awesome experience. It got me excited to think about cannabis in a broader sense than just running my delivery service and growing and with the spaces I was growing in. And it really lit this fire under me to be like, yeah, I want to like participate with all this. Is like a lot of fun. Like this is my family here. So that was I'll just never forget that moment with you and the rest of the crew. I can't even remember who else was there, but a lot of people, man.
No, it was a
Uh,
wild experience for sure when you showed
yeah.
up in Amsterdam. That was pretty cool. And the phone call as well. That was Doug. That was Adam's partner. I think it might have even been Adam. It was one of the two, and I remember them
Yeah.
being surprised. They're like, "No, there's no way." They're kind of like that too, though, like, "Oh, Bubba Man? Let's call him up. Here you go."
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not one of those cats that like says stuff like that. So I just was like, yeah, of course, I wouldn't have said it, but it was funny, it was great. And then I remember being asked to play and open up the set for the 420 session. And then I think Cypress Hill or somebody else played later, and there's a
Yeah,
couple of
Cypress was
awesome
there.
bands.
Because I was
But
sharing a booth with Martin that year from Ruhr, and Cypress Hill was at our booth.
yes, yeah, I
Muggs
remember that.
and Mug DJ Muggs and Be Real.
Yeah, and what else? I think that was the year that it got busted too. Like I remember packing up and I just left.
Yeah, it did get
And two
busted.
hours later, they descended on the property. And that, yeah. But anyway, there's all kinds of stories connected to past that.
Was that 2012?
I think so. It was like
Must have
2012 or
been.
2011. I honestly get the years mixed up at this point because it was so
Right.
long ago. But I don't, yeah, I remember getting stopped at customs with all this herb and they totally smashed us. We had we had gotten through customs and then they came on our tour bus and we're like, I was like sitting there rolling the I can't remember where some type of haze. I can't remember. It was something. It was like it was amazing. It was just such a good haze. But yeah, I learned some lessons that night.
That's
Don't bring
hilarious.
don't try to bring Herb over to London.
Ooh, I'll tell you. Last time I was in London was after Spain, and I was at a hotel. Our flight got canceled, and it was Trichome Tortoise, that kid that was winning all the contests with his you know, Z booth and all these full melt bubbles that he had.
Yeah.
And we had a big session and had like 9 security guards at our room. Luckily, the way the system worked, everyone's room smelled like it was coming from their room. So we just used that defense. I said, everyone's room smells like this right now. Look at that dog. It's twice the size.
What's the breed on the dog?
18 pounds. I just weighed her in preparation for the amazement that this 9 week old puppy. Go ahead.
18 pounds. I was just going to say that dog is a magician. And I guarantee you, if you gave that dog 1 liter of water and 5 kilos of food, she could turn it into 30 kgs of shit.
This is Ola, and she's the one who figured out how to escape from the garden, the fenced-in garden first, and she's the girl, and she's the one I chose. I was like, oh, I'm gonna keep you. She's the pick of the litter, and but she's also the one who learned how to escape, and so she'll come up and hang out on the porch with me, and so it's the Caucasian shepherds who was the sire or the dad was this Caucasian Shepherd, which is the big livestock guardian dog, and Swiss Shepherd, which is the mom, which is a smaller, longer-haired shepherd. And so this is a novel breed, the Wolf Mountain Swiss Guard Ovcharka, which is the Russian word for shepherd.
Right. Someone in the room just posted it. They just said, I love Orsharka, written in Russian. How much are they asking for a pup? I just sent them, I just said, go to your website.
Go to
What
the
is your website
website.
again? Wolf Mountain Organics?
wolfmountanorganics.com. We're finding homes. We're gonna make it work. So a lot of the cost is just gonna go into having me bring you the pup. We still have 5 of the 9 litter that need homes. So that's there's a lot of pups right now in the spring. But we're gonna make it work. I'm hoping some of the hash church goers come through or know someone, and I obviously will need to verify that you're going to be able to feed the dog. But besides that, um, they are little gems. Holy cow!
Yeah, not so little anymore.
that's right. I ran the numbers of what the kibble was going to end up costing if they all stay home. So
Oh
we're
my
gonna
God.
look for some help. But the black velvety muzzle, I mean, the whole thing, their whole demeanor. Um, Odin is this gentle giant. I'll try to throw a pic up of him. He's got the big white spot, and they are part of the mountain community. Some of the larger, more industrial people maybe have bred them, and they do maintain this like wolf-like coat, like their fur and their mask is very wolfy. All right, buddy. So
She's
yeah,
awesome, dude.
Avcharka. An Armenian taught me how to say it properly. It's A-V. Instead of it's written O, but you pronounce it Avcharka. So very cool. Holy.
Yeah, no doubt. I wonder what would happen if you were a couple days late feeding them. Would they just consume your whole family or?
um, oh, I very much think they would find a way to get out. They'd probably go for the chickens first and then go in on the squirrels. Uh, we keep them very well fed. This is yeah, the food drive is strong. This nipping at the heels of the master to get the if you're an hour late on the kibble. We're all creatures of habit.
Well, my buddy's been he's been feeding squirrels and birds at his house. He just loves it. He puts out mad amounts of nuts all the time. Well, he hasn't gone home for weeks. He's been hanging out at his other place in the valley, and he told me he came home and he was like, "Dude, holy shit!" Like the neighbors were like, "Bro, I don't know what happened over by your house, but the birds and squirrels have been going bonkers." It's like they're just loud because I guess he didn't show up for a couple of weeks to feed them, and he was putting out, like 10 pounds of nut every day.
Yeah, that's wild. That's like we definitely don't feed the wildlife. I know some people that do, and that creates all kinds of problems.
Oh, dude.
Mainly for the dog, the neighborhood dogs will catch wind of this and somehow be attracted. And
Oh yeah. Yeah, we just try to keep anything that's food locked up so that the bears don't get attracted here, that the coyotes don't come eat our cat, that the, cougars just stay further back.
it's
Just,
all about
just
managing, putting things in its right place, creating environments that the wildlife prefers to be in, and the zones that overlap. That's the main purpose of the wolf or the ovcharka is they communicate the boundary. And yeah, it's tough
The
to
picture
get.
is incredible, dude, of the dogs behind you. It's like the three on your right that just are looking right at the camera. So good.
I'll try to share some more up on the website. There's some good ones. I mean, very photogenic. um it's been 20 years of wolves and then shepherds and then into this novel breed, and so there's a lot of lessons that come along with it. And a lot of what you mentioned is the responsibility of managing the human to keep things in its right place. That's what really encourages the healthy behavior from the canines. I
Yeah,
mean,
for
they're
sure.
cute as heck. I've done my homework to run around all of our county and flyer the area. It's
Dude,
just
you
that.
should bring one to Minnesota, Dutch. Don't you need a huge giant dog to take care of?
Let's go.
No, I have a huge giant German Shepherd.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, from Nick, the lime. Speaking of limes, but she is not friendly to other dogs whatsoever.
Oh, you got one of those dogs, eh?
Yeah, she's ferocious. Um, yeah, but she's sweet as heck. Like you come over and just walk up and be, no problems. But bring any sort of other dog and she will lose her shit.
Sure. Best that she stays single.
Yeah. She stays single. She's home, and she keeps all the deer away pretty well.
I think it might be time for a dab. I'm gonna hit this grease bucket from those sauce.
I was just thinking the same thing, Marcus. Good.
Well,
Right.
I mean, we're just sitting here. I
Great
did
moment.
realize that my banger wasn't heating up that whole time, so I guess I'm now gonna have to wait an entire minute. It's ridiculous. wasting my life waiting for dabs. What do you say, Dr. Mark? Don't leave.
What's that now?
I don't know. You looked like you were like ready to jump out of your seat. I was like, don't leave, Dr. Mark. We need you.
No, 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 no. I'm just looking at some data.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. It's all about the data. That is for sure.
Sure is.
I think that was another part of the success of that facility. I didn't quite understand it, but he had sensors on every single plant. It seemed as though they were doing well with collecting the data and they were doing well with understanding and aggregating it in a way that
They can trigger watering, temperature, everything off of that. It's pretty
yeah.
fucking cool. It'll aggregate over an area to water just that area, or even turn up the lights. There's a lot you can do. It's just super expensive thing to set up, but really fucking cool and fun to play with.
And if you get someone to set it up, they'll almost always show up with a Dutch accent. True or not true?
Sometimes
My
it
name
will
is
be very true.
Dieter.
Yeah.
I am here to build your greenhouse. Those motherfuckers know how to grow in greenhouses. They know how to build greenhouses. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. No, it's the truth. And I think it's I saw the never before did we really pay attention to root zone temperature, right? And now we do. And along with all the data points that go along with that and under canopy lighting and all the things that we never really had the opportunity to do is now capable, with the capabilities to do it and all the sensors that are being developed, as Dutch said, it triggers watering, it triggers feeding types, or if you're doing things like crop steering, you can do that, use those sensors for that.
We found
You
an
know,
optimal temperature, root zone temperature.
100%. And again, your water temperature, right? A lot of facilities still, all these years later, are running cold temperatures. So things like your P and K aren't being uptaken properly, right? Because it's the plant, it's too cold, right? So there's all these data points, I think that I've learned that I know others are learning too. And it's really exciting because, even for living soil gardens, you want to know a lot about what's happening week over week, day over day. And it's important. It's why Dutch, we talked a lot about at the conference we were at on the panels about soil testing and how often that needs to be done to be able to be accurate in terms of your feeding schedule for a living soil garden. So it was, there's a lot of different ways to approach this. And I think the sensors help us get to a better data point, data driven, less ego, more decision making
No,
that,
yeah. When you have
you know,
like a low tech analog thing and you're like, oh, I just set it here and here and
yeah,
here and here, you can do that, but you don't see what's going on in the room in the swings like you do when you
yeah,
hit a graph real quick and you're like, oh fuck. Every day when the lights go off, the humidity spikes.
yeah.
What the fuck? That's why I'm getting bud rot, powdery mildew, whatever. That's why these issues are happening, and if you're growing synthetically and you're trying to dial in strains, this is not my expertise, but like each cultivar is, of course, feeding differently. I don't have to think about that in living soil. I have like this massive benefit. Um, I haven't, in fact, I haven't even grown specifically for flower for a decade. It's just been genetic breeding, So I'm keeping full feeding all the way through flower, and intense lights, and I'm actually doing a flower room right now, and I sealed it up because I can't have it smelling where I have it. And so I'm like kind of going back in time for myself, and putting the ACs in there. And then I was like, oh shit, I got to get some CO2 in here. Fuck, and go and get some tanks. And I go order all the shit and I set up my sensor and it's like 1100 ppm. And I'm like, well, God damn it. The living soil's doing its thing. Like, God damn it. Yeah. All I needed was someone, I didn't have a sensor in there, so I didn't know. But I was stoked to know that I didn't need to add any artificial CO2, pretty cool.
Yeah, no, and it helps you understand the data. I think Dr. Market will agree, data is important, you know.
Data are important. I heard a scientist saying that today, this morning when I was listening to something, and And I was like, oh yeah, it's not an is, it's a plural. So aren't you supposed to say data are important?
Yeah. The
Technically.
data data sets, right? So sets of data, right?
Right.
And yeah, I mean, you could easily succumb to information overload, right? Like, especially I can only imagine, environmental conditions around a grow, trying to manage several rooms, uh, let alone, on the chemistry side, especially when it comes to testing. Go back to what I was saying before about having a scientist at the top of a cannabis company. I had various clients who gave me pushback on uh, having internal analytics, like having HPLC and GC at a cannabis producer, because they didn't understand, if they're doing third party testing, why they would possibly need internal in-house testing.
Right.
And I think if like there's a scientist at the top of the company, they understand that. And even like a regulatory person, like, in order to do GMP manufacturing, you have to have a very big, thick binder called a quality manual, right? And so you have to have internal quality assurance and quality control when you're in production of anything, let alone cannabis, Uh, but certainly, like if you're making like gummies or anything that's fortified with a cannabis extract and targeting a certain milligram per gummy or milligram per piece or milligrams per can or whatever it is you're dosing, right? I mean, how do you know what you have until you do testing? And it's like, you're not going to wait to make 5,000 cans of seltzer thinking you have, 50 or 10 milligrams, whatever the label says. Figuring you got your recipe right, unless you've done like a lot of iterations of internal testing before you do, testing on stuff that's intended to be sold. Because now you're going to be sitting with a bunch of inventory that's got 50 milligrams on the sticker, but you only have 20 milligrams in the product, right?
And
So,
that's extremely important. It almost goes the other way, where sometimes there's too much, and people who are going to the medicine looking for some good experience maybe get a little overwhelmed. So it's like that kind of dosing, or how you get, if you have a tincture, you can very accurately test that, know that one drop equals this.
well,
And when
yeah,
people are doing large batch gummies,
if
it's
you're shooting for good manufacturing, uh, uh, production, what's called GMP, or they usually, there's like a little CGMP, which means current good manufacturing practices. Yeah, you set Adam, product specification limits of what's too high and what's too low, right?
Mhm.
And you don't wait for just a third party test to come back. You dial that into your process using your internal analytics. It's important that your internal analytics are going to be predictors of what your third party validation looks like, right? So you need the third party validation, COAs and whatnot, for to get onto the dispensary shelf. And it's probably the same in Canada, I would imagine. Same here in the US. But like, if people are like, well, why do I need to do this testing before I send stuff to a third party lab? Yeah, I'm already spending all this money on a third party lab. Oh, wait, Dr. Mark, you're telling me that I need to buy this $50,000 machine? Oh, wait, Dr. Mark, you're telling me that we need to hire somebody at $100,000 a year to run that machine? Oh, wait, Dr. Mark, you're telling me that the results that we're going to generate internally may not match what we're seeing externally. So it's like dialing that procedure into your production is really, really important, because that way, again, like if you come back with a third party result and, say you're testing flour, right? And third party result comes back at like 10 or 15%, but you have internal results that say, no, that flour tests for 20, 25%. And here's the SOP that we're using to test it. Can we see your SOP? Can we understand where these differences are? Because it's your number that goes on our label. It's your number that gets reported to the state. My number is just for my internal research, and product development. But I guess the point there to drive home is that if you're going to be doing the third party testing anyway, it really helps to be able to predict what that result's going to be, because you've already tested it, 5 or 10 times before it goes out the door.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about as you said it, I was, I believe in having your internal R&D, and over the years I not just out of curiosity, but just as you said, out of visibility, right? If you're product deving and you're constantly sending something in for COA, the state's like, what's up with these guys? Why do they keep failing? Why are they all over the place? It doesn't give you this opportunity to really dive in. And it's almost like a band that doesn't rehearse, right? And it's just like flub notes all over the place. And it's, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of the truth, because you have to get it right, and then you make that SOP, as you said, and work instructions around that to be the CMG and have the parameters that you need, of which is the low and the high and what to expect, etc. But it's all based around that R&D, like I don't do anything these days without an R&D sample, like everything
Yeah.
goes to R&D first, and then I'm
Yeah,
like,
that
all
makes
right, what
sense.
is it?
You
What we
you
got?
might spend you might
You know,
spend some money doing that, but I think in the long run, you're going
totally.
to learn more about your internal process.
Yeah.
And again, when you need to turn over, if you're trying to get GMP certification to your facility, you can't do that unless you have internal analytics to do that QA QC work. And I think
Well, not in New York though, Dr.
what's
Mark.
been lucky for me, Colin, is that
Yeah.
I didn't always have like a scientist or an engineer in the C suite who would like
Mhm.
say, "Oh, why do I need that?" But in the rear view mirror,
Yeah.
all those companies, without exception, are really grateful that I pushed them to get
Yeah.
internal analytics, because ultimately, like if you're trying to make something dosed at 100 milligrams and you just throw it over the fence to a third party lab and it comes back at 80 milligrams, you're like, oh, fuck. Now I got to redo that entire production run. So you goose it a little bit more and you send it over. Well, now
Totally.
it's testing at 120 milligrams, right? So
Yeah.
that might be a little bit too high. You got to
Totally.
get that Goldilocks spot. And I think the way you do that too, especially if you're dealing with formulated products, like I don't know how you formulate milligrams per piece of gummy or per can of soda without having internal analytics, because not only do you, so if you're making like distillate, or if you're making diamonds, if you're making in fact, that's what a lot of people are doing these days, Colin, is they're making THCA, and then
Yeah.
rather than making distillate, they're just decarboxylating their THCA,
Mhm.
making a really high THC input. Well, you need
Yeah.
to know, like if you're adding that THC input into a gummy or into a soda, you're going to calculate in a spreadsheet, okay, if my batch is, I don't know, I'm going to be making 5,000 cans of soda at 100 milligrams a piece. When you backtrack that through that spreadsheet, it's going to tell you how many grams of distillate. Well, that the grams of distillate for that recipe is going to be determined on what the THC concentration is. So if you
Oh,
haven't tested that, but you say, well, okay, I know I started with exactly 1 kilogram, 1,000 grams of THCA, and it was pure, and I decarboxylate that, I should end up with 887 grams of THC, right? If all that THC decarboxylated. So then you might think, okay, well, as long as I haven't lost anything, right? I could use that concentration and then blindly dilute that into a product. But I think what you'll find out is that it's best to, you know, test at your THCA level, decarboxylate that THC. Test now at that decarboxylated stage, know what that number is. Is it really 88.7% of what you put in? Well, theoretically, that's what it should be, but maybe the decarb's not complete. Maybe somehow you've lost a little bit to CBN because there was some air in the system. But now what you do is if you take that distillate, right, you're probably not going to add that distillate neat into a product. You're probably going to cut that with MCT oil or something like that, right? Cut it with so distillate is what we would call a hard oil. You cut it with a soft oil and then put that into a formulation. Right. Or you could then make nano emulsion out of that. You could do a lot of things with that. Well, then you would test the MCT, right? So here it is. You've tested your THCA, you've tested your THC, and you've tested your MCT oil that you've diluted your THC into. And now you have a really good, control for, okay, I know exactly how much THC is in there. So I know how many individual gummies or sodas or whatever I can make with that. I don't know if you're not doing that testing along the way, I don't know how you do it. It's just all in the dark. It's just all assuming that everything is going to be fine. Then you're going to end up with 5,000 cans and nothing's going to meet the label language because you didn't do your testing. So,
and the money, man.
You said, I'm sorry, Colin.
No, go for it. Go for it.
You said the words nano emulsion and soda and seltzers and this idea of mixing the oil and the waters. Nano emulsion, is it really nano? And emulsion, what is that? When we're is that like this idea of trying to get, and I fear you maybe have a product that might do this, so I don't want to.
No, it's all good. I'm a scientist. I don't have any problem.
Is that like somewhat, when you say nano emulsion, is that somewhat like plasticizing?
So what that's referring to is the average particle size of the dispersed oil droplets in the aqueous phase, right? So we know that cannabis isn't soluble in water, right? You ever try cleaning your bong out with water? Or your rig out with what doesn't work too well, right? So again, what we normally would do is like if you're making like a THCA soda, this is a perfect example, right? So when you look at Fresca, right, you can't see through Fresca, right? Because there's emulsified citrus oils that are in Fresca that scatter light, right? And the cool thing is that with cannabis, the perfect model system is dairy milk, because dairy milk is emulsified fat in water, right? So if you think about it, you could dissolve cannabis resin or THC or these cannabinoids into an oil, right? Like MCT. MCT is an acronym that stands for medium chain triglycerides, which is a fancy name for fractionated coconut oil. Coconut oil is a semi-solid. There's an oil part and there's a solid part. So when you remove the solids from the oil is the MCT, right? So MCT is a good vehicle for cannabis extract. And what you know is that if you just take MCT oil and pour it into a glass of water, right, the oil is about a density of 0.791. So it's lighter than water. Water is 1.0. So the water will be down here and the oil will be up here, right? Now that's just if you add just a whole shot glass full of oil, right? But if you, on high shear rate mixing, add the oil dropwise, so the oil isn't allowed to separate, and there's a emulsifier in the water layer, right? What happens to those oil droplets is, rather than finding other oil droplets and coalescing into a different oil phase that sits on top of the water, right? Because the oil's less dense. What it does is the oil droplets are emulsified, okay? And like when you melt butter, when you're looking at a stick of butter, you can't see through it, right? Because the emulsified oil in the water scatters light, but when you melt butter, you can see through it, right?
Clarify.
So emulsified fat in water scatters light. That's why Fresca is cloudy, right?
It's why ice cream sandwiches don't melt, is because they're adding
that's
emulsifiers into the
yeah,
ice.
because there's all kinds of carrageenan and other kinds of shit
I
in
do
there,
I do
other
I
than
do
other
I do
than
suspect
uh,
I do
cream.
suspect it's
No,
difficult
but
yeah.
so here it is. You asked about emulsifiers. So what they're doing is so those oil droplets are, if you run it through something called a microfluidizer is just basically uh, 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 a pump that pumps 10 lanes of traffic through a 2-lane tunnel, right? So there's an incredible amount of pressure there, thousands of pounds per square inch. And so when you do that, macro-sized particles become nano, because what you're doing is you're pushing these droplets. So what's the size, Adam, is basically the oil droplet, and the oil droplet is surrounded by emulsifier molecules, right? And these emulsifier molecules keep the oil droplets from talking to one another and coalescing, right? Does that make sense? So milk is, again, the perfect example, because you could continuously add water to milk and it never oils out, right? You never get a separate butter phase. In dairy, you only get a separate butter phase because what's happened is that there's an imbalance in the milk itself, and the emulsifiers aren't matched with the amount of butter fat that's there, and the butter fat will separate out in the top, right? And usually that comes out as an emulsion, and that's what they call buttermilk, right? Which is basically the milk that's rich with butter fat. But just to go back to the cannabinoid thing for a second. So once you have cannabinoid nanoemulsion and it's nanoemulsified, so the cannabinoid is soluble inside the oil phase, which are these little nano-sized droplets all over the place, right? Now you can take that stuff, add it to water, and it basically the oil is already emulsified in these small little particles. Depending on how stable the nanoemulsion is, the particles won't. There's a process called Ostwald ripening, and Ostwald ripening is where nanoparticles start coagulating and start making macroparticles and ultimately crash out. So that's what was happening maybe about 4 or 5 years ago in the beverage sector, is that a lot of the nanoemulsions weren't stable to the canning process, which sometimes requires pasteurization depending on what your process is. And during that process itself, a lot of the cannabinoid basically was sort of plaquing out on the inside of the can. And so what you thought was like a 50 milligram drink was only like a 10 milligram drink, because most of the cannabinoid payload was stuck inside the can. So that's what the nanoemulsion is. So I don't know, did I explain it right?
Yeah, I understand the mechanics. I'm a little I'm a little suspect of what the emulsions are and what it does to our digestion, and if it's good to
Well, the
even
one thing it does is it increases
even a mix of
the
oil with
onset
water.
of activity immensely, and I can tell you that
I
from
know
my
that's what people
personal.
selling the tech say, is that it increases
I,
the
I would be way more worried about
assimilation.
the 40 grams of sugar in the can of
Yeah,
drink,
they might,
that because
right?
like trust me, like there's
The
nothing worse than that. Just stay away from those drinks for the
yeah.
sugar.
Holy
Well,
cow.
Mark, to be honest, the sector that's really taking off are seltzers, which have little to no sugar at all. They put a little bit of citric acid in there to make it sugary. And if your flavor's right, I mean, I've tasted a mango seltzer that had 0 calories and tasted really good. I've tasted some that, yeah, are definitely sugared up because their nanoemulsion has got some bitterness and some background flavor to it. But there are some products out there right now that have little to no bitterness, little to no background flavor, And so, yeah, that enables them to lower sugar content and to get into that, flavored water seltzer category.
Yeah,
Delivery
like this.
method. Go ahead, Colin, please.
Yeah, the spindrift kind of model, right? Like it's real fruit juice in seltzer, right? That's kind of what a lot of
Well,
people.
real fruit juice is a problem because unless you refrigerate your shit,
Yeah,
you're up against
cool.
microbial fouling in real fruit juice. That's the problem with real fruit juice. But
Yeah,
if you're just going to use a generic flavor, a little bit of citric acid and carbonated water, you don't need fruit juice. Fruit juice causes problems just on shelf life and on whether or
yeah,
not you're going to have a refrigerated chain of custody between you and the marketplace. But
yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yep.
there's
100%. But yeah, I
there's
mean, yeah, it would have to be a cold chain item if you're going to do things like that for sure, because those aren't shelf stable ingredients. But to your point, the other thing I was going to bring up when you're talking about cans is like it's still an issue, to be honest. Like it's the liners of the cans, not so much the emulsions. It's the actual liner itself and what they're made of. And now there's Gen 2 and Gen 3 cans that I've seen that are not that are made out of much more ethical, liners and material. Because let's not forget, it's still a plastic liner in those cans, right?
yeah, yeah, no,
So,
it's
Like
you know what I mean?
polyacryl nitrile, and you can't change that. I mean, and the
Totally.
companies that are making those can liners could give a shit about the cannabis industry. But
Right.
really, Colin, to be honest, truthful, because I'm in this game.
Yeah.
2 or 3 years ago, yeah, there was a lot of loss of potency, but today, especially at the lower loading levels, we're
Yeah.
not really seeing loss in potency to the can liner. So the key thing there is
The flavor though, too,
does it taste good?
yeah.
Does it taste good? Does it have a bitterness? A lot of these things are bitter because you're using pretty powerful emulsification systems. They're not using a chemist like me that understands that you have to do a little bit of R&D to understand what your minimum amount of, there's something called the CMC, which is the critical micellar concentration that you need of as a surfactant or an emulsifier. But other things is that, some of these emulsifier systems are natural, meaning that they come from natural sources like Chihuahua
Mm-hmm.
and other things. So the natural emulsifiers that I've used and my formulations are high in something called saponins. Saponins are compounds that are found in a variety of plants that are
Molina
used as yeah, actually these things are so good at emulsifying. They're used in making homemade laundry detergent, but
Mm-hmm.
they're edible, and if it's formulated properly, it doesn't have a bad aftertaste. But yeah, if you're using large amounts of things like polysorbate 80 and other synthetic, you know, pegylated materials, you're going to have a real bitterness issue and a background taste, background flavor. But good news is, yeah, I can tell you that at the lower concentration, Colin, we're not seeing a lot of potency loss these days. And I'm talking about the last 2 or 3 years. So the systems that are out there are working pretty good to maintain potency.
Yeah, I've seen similar, but there's we've also seen some other stuff happen, which was really eye-opening to me.
Well, I
But
remember sodas that you were supposed to shake before, homogenize the soda. It's like, who shakes a soda before you open it up?
I
Holy
got a
shit.
cool one, Dr. Mark, that someone sent me way back in the day, and he had the patent for the cannabinoids were loaded in the lid. And then you
Yeah.
screwed it onto this thing and you popped it, and these things like it shot out like an instant. Like I wanted to get a slow motion video of it, but it was even still too fast for the technology I had at the time. This was maybe 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
well that solves the shelf life problem. You just put the payload in the lid and yeah, it's screw on the lid.
Mhm.
There's a couple of products down here in the States. There's the product in Colorado, Ripple. It's just kind of like a little packet of sugar, and you just rip it open and you pour it into your drink at the bar. You stir it up, and now you have a cannabis infused drink at the bar.
Mm.
Yeah, there's like, again, neat ways of thinking about how to solve the the stability issue inside a can, because cans can be a pretty unfriendly environment for cannabis. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that
yeah, it's a huge growing sector. It's
we
getting
used to
really
maybe
big because of some of the laws down here.
we used to maybe receive a lot of our medicine at the apothecary or at the bar, where the herbs were maybe carried in alcohol, and the seltzer or the cocktail was built. And we've kind of moved to having cans of emulsification, and maybe the bars sell just the alcohol without any of the medicine being carried. But the idea of building a shrub or a drink where your tender, your a medicine person or your pharmacy was, oh, you're gonna have a few drops of the cannabis, you're gonna have a few drops of the mint, you're gonna, building this idea of a cocktail maybe once was, more medicinal than it is these days. But yeah, that doesn't really speak to how to mass produce and can and put out onto shelves versus building your own seltzer drink at home. But I love this idea of the medicine being alcohol's purpose was as a tincture, and to be able to carry herbal medicines to people and have a deliverable, meterable way to dose. One drop.
Yeah, I mean, back to Dr. March's kind of initial thing, to how we ended here or got here was like, the testing along the way when you're doing anything is like to save that money on the back end. It sounds like that money up front's like a lot, but then like add up a year's worth of testing and of R&D. That
Right.
alone like be triple that. You know what I mean? So it's about putting, as you said, really, I think quite well, is like it's about putting a team together that works off one another towards a common goal, and everyone just has a lane, and yeah, it's important to have that testing because it's those are markers, those are data points to
Yep.
help you make great wellness products for people. And I know as I've gotten deeper into my formulation techniques, like I have to have that. Like I don't even know where I'm headed without immediately testing something I'm making, especially these days, because it's so much about percentage of this or that, or making something compliant for whatever reason, It's, how do you know? Like even in New York, like our facility, our hash lab is CGMP, so we have to take a lot of notes, where in any other market we
Hmm.
never had to do that. And that the testing's a big one for us, It's like I don't even want to go to the next step without knowing. So
I don't know how you can. I mean, if you're just again sending stuff over the fence to a third party lab and hoping that it comes out right, maybe you're lucky, like
yeah.
1/3 of the time, but 2/3 you're either low or high. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to be showing everything in a vertically integrated production facility where you're doing everything from growing, it's a really cool thing when the growers are turned on to the fact that you could use GC for pheno hunting, and look for different terpene profiles, and try to find outliers in your garden. I mean, it's really kind of cool to have full-time instrumentation analysis at every step along the way. Marcus, you were talking about that little whiz bang meter that you had on here the other day can do like nutrient contents in the plant, right? Nutrient contents, cannabinoid levels, water levels. I mean, yeah, like Dutch was saying before, you know it, you're overloaded with data, and you have to understand like what that data means, and like how to use that data to dial in your process to make a better, reproducible product.
Yeah, it gets me
That's
excited
it.
for the, when you're that's why, because it like pulls the curtain back and you're like, oh, well, that's why I love this so much. There's so much awesomine in this one. Like that's how I learned that I loved awesomine so much. Like I
Yeah.
would have never known that, and if I didn't see the panels. Like it's cool. It's just it is, it's a cool thing to see the reasons why you're attracted to certain things and what those chemical constituents are. and again, the panel doesn't give you the full picture. Let's just call that out. It gives you a snapshot of what might be there in volume, right? And I think that, there's a lot to go and there's a lot of things that need to be developed. I think the tool that Marcus brought on the other last episode was really cool because that kind of fixes it solves for the R&D, I think, to get to that place to maybe be comfortable. Um, but as you pointed out, I think there's a lot of things that need to be improved on it to, truly work. And I think we agreed the price was one of them, but it's a step in the right direction, I think. And if more people were thinking like that, I think we'd be in a better place in terms of what we think we have and, profiles. And if you're making hash or making concentrates, like for me, that's everything, man. I want to know. Want to know
Yeah, I
what's
mean,
there.
there's a lot of variables in botanicals, and the analysis is super important, and having the analytical capability. I mean, the chemistry is certainly well known and well documented. Um, yeah, I would think that like even making hash, I mean, to the point where you could look at like the THC concentration in your plants, right? THC concentration in your hash. I'm just using THC concentration arbitrarily, but certainly the full cannabinoid profile that you can get, you know.
Well,
Um,
microns too. You can test each micron. Like we've done that,
Well,
and you
that's
start
yeah,
to
exactly, dude. And you don't
start
have
to
to pay
see things that you
1,100 bucks per
right.
test. That's the
Totally,
thing that I was
man.
really stoked on, dude. The first time I put bubble on this thing, it came back almost 68% THC. And there was only one rosin that we tested over the course of the evening that was a little tiny bit higher. So this full melt bubble had higher THC in it than all of the rosins that were tested against it.
It's amazing. I'd like
that's
to
kind of cool
understand.
to think about what's the physical phenomena that led to that.
Do you think it's lipids or fats, Mark, or things that
Some
are
kind
being
of
created?
concentration thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's right. Or
I think it's a grower and genetics. I think someone
could
grew
be. Yeah, yeah,
exceptional resin. It's in this
could
Yeah.
be.
case anyway. I still smoked really nice dabs and saw really nice dabs that night. We know that high THC doesn't make it the best by any
Time it
means.
was harvested.
But I will say that that night, and I think I told this story already, but that night I wanted to offer some dabs to these guys that were at the table with us. So I was pressing out a little of the full mouth bubble in my hand. And there was like four of them. So I pulled out, like, instead of what I would do for one hit, I pulled out what I would do, so each guy would get a hit. But I put my head down after passing it to him to let him, I just wanted him to feel the texture of the resin and the plasticity and how you could actually touch it versus rosin. You can't really roll it in your fingers that easily. And he passed it over to the other guy who packed it in the bong, who gave it back to him. And all of a sudden, he was taking this like 4X full melt 6-star bubble rip, like a $30 fucking rip. And it utterly and completely destroyed this dude for like 15 minutes, which was amazing because he was like a rep for this brand, the Green Mile. And he was like definitely not a lightweight. He didn't leave, he didn't get sick, he didn't turn white, but he definitely was like unable to execute conversation and normal movement for about 50 minutes. Even when he came out, he was like, that was incredible. Like, oh my goodness. And then the guy who packed it felt so bad. And I said, dude, listen, you shouldn't feel bad. You packed a king's hit. The only thing I might feel bad about is that you didn't take it for yourself. You passed it to the random dude that was sitting next to you. So God bless you. I don't believe you had any nefarious reasons to do that. So sometimes a big rip comes out like that. What are you puffing on there, Colin? Some Bubsy, some rosin?
Yeah, this is some rosin. Oh my God, this is square wave I've had in the freezer for a while. It's just got this beautiful gas, Chem D almost to it. Um,
Mm.
it's just really, it's very chemy.
You,
Well,
you you said something about THC content. I just want to I just want to echo this because we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I think maybe it got lost. THC content does matter because THC content is a measure of trichome density. And what is known, if you look at a rich, large data set, is trichome density and THC content scales linearly with terpene content. So it makes sense, right? The more trichomes you have, the more THC and the more terps you're going to have. So, so it does matter.
Well, I would argue that because
Yeah, let's talk
the
about that.
yeah, the plant is like a lab and not all the labs create the same.
Yeah.
So some don't express well at all. And you could still have dense trichomes, but you don't get a lot of the aromatics, or you don't like people have isolated resin glands to 99.9 purity and not gotten full melt bubble. They get sandy resin that doesn't stick together, and they always ask me, why is that? And I'm like, because you have to either A, grow better weed, meaning grow it better, or both get genetics that have the gene synthesis present and turned on that you're looking for, and then grow that better. That's kind of the overall that I would say. What were your thoughts on that, Colin?
I've never seen a COA match that in terms of like theory, right? Like meaning like as the THC gets higher, the terps follow it, right? Like I've seen 34% with like 1% terps, where and then on the flip side, 17% THC and like 4% terps, and somewhere in between. But the top end from what I've studied with Alec at SC Labs when I approached them when I was working with Pax was
Aloha smoothie.
there is a formula here to what wins contests in terms of terp concentration and total active cannabinoids and THC. And there's like years of data that's been aggregated to look at. And if you look at it, which I've done with Alec and you can see it, there's a lot. It's like Swiss cheese. There's a lot of holes in this. So it goes back to I think what Marcus was touching on is like cultivation styles, um, genetics, how those genetics are grown. But I've never actually seen it as it gets. I've never seen like a 34% with like 4 to 5% terps before. It just doesn't exist. And it sounds, and if there's guys out there that are like, no way, they're throwing their hands up in the air, show it to us. I'd love to see that in specifically a COA form, because it's a rarity. And if you can, yo, I'll give you a big hug and let's smoke a bowl of that herb together. Like that's congratulations because you're of the 1%. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But I understand in theory, yeah, more of it gives it more of an opportunity to produce more of the other chemical constituents. But I also feel like the plant can only put energy into certain things. It's not like a superhero where it's like we're doing it all at once. Shout out to Brad and Skelly at 710 Labs. Um, awesome guys. So, I mean, that's just my learning of growing a lot of plants is that I rarely see that happen. And I would say that's a real unicorn in my life to see that. I don't know what you've seen, guys, the rest of you, but it's usually the lower tack, plants are producing higher terpene content, and those are to me the more desirable plants. And other growers that I've talked to across the nation, most of them are not allowed to run some of their favorite varietals because of that. Like their favorite stuff is only sitting at like 20%, 22%. And that's, unfortunately not what the consumer wants to hear. But the terp percentage is higher and the taste of it's better and the feeling of it's better, right? So that's a big old slab. What's that, Mark? That looks crazy. What is that?
Was that
Slab of cheddar.
It's like
That
that piece of
that
hash that I've had for like 2 years.
was that
nice.
good and plenty?
Are we showing our old hash?
Yeah.
That looks great for old hash, man. That's pretty
Okay.
good for old
All
hash,
right.
man.
All right. Okay.
Hey, that color
This
is on
one has to be at least 13 years old. It might be 15, but I kind of lost track on this particular piece.
oof. That looks like
Is
it's
that
And
purple
got
or
some
brown?
you
glassiness.
down.
It's purple, right?
It's purplish red, absolutely.
Got an anthocyanin
You know what I
gold.
used to do back in the day, Marcus, when everybody was all hyped on color? The newer guys that would come work with us, I would give them dark resin that was super terpy, and they'd always like get tripped out like as to why I'd be giving them a product like this. They'd be like, "What's up with you, man?" And I'd be like, "We'll just try it." And then they always come back being like, "That was incredible. I felt so good," and blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, yeah, that's I just wanted to show you that like looks don't dictate much of anything. You just have to try it,
No.
you know?
Well, you know what? In a market where people only have their eyes, and in fact, in Canada, they don't even have that because you can't see anything unless they. I went into a store the other day and they had all the smell jars, but you could just see the weed was like old and dry, and they were just like. But here's the other thing in
Oh, they have
Canada:
those.
when you put all the jars out for smelling, they don't let you give that product out to your employees or sell it at half price. It has to be destroyed. So all of these stores that had the idea of putting the cultivars in a jar so you could see the bud and smell it, well, it went out the door. The smells were gone in 5 days. And then if you're going to replace a whole store worth of buds every 5 days, and you can't like get that back, like that's just a margin killer. Oh, I was like, just like earlier when Dr. Mark was like, "Oh no, you can't use fruit juice. Oh, you have to use like some sort of synthetic or fructose from corn, or something that's shelf stable." And you didn't actually say exactly that, Dr. Mark. I'm actually just being the devil's advocate and being like, why is it that the systems constantly take us away from like, well, this would just be good and wholesome and wonderful, to, well, this possibly could get you to grow a tumor on your neck. I don't know for sure, but it's a possibility. What the fuck are we doing in the world today in
It's
regards
true.
to? I think that I
Well said.
have a deep appreciation for science, much the way, many of you do on the panel.
Mhm.
I just think it needs to be like there needs to be an aspect of science where all scientists understand that there are things that you are unable to perceive at this point in time. And somehow we should keep that in mind as we're, moving through the perception of the experiment.
And we're trying to dial it in. You guys are all practitioners of dialing it in. What is the optimum situation for the factories or the trichome to produce the cannabinoids we want and to produce the terps? And I do think it's important that it's part of the life cycle. There is a harvest time that plays into what the resin is going to contain. It's how it's handled after harvest. But the idea that these factories are generating and maybe the fruit of the plant has a specific time when it maybe is optimally terpy, and it's maybe that is corresponds with the optimum THC expression, with diversity pushing back into the younger compounds, and that has to do with, are the things present that the plant wants to eat, digest, and metabolize to send to the factories? And it's the same with us. Is do we want to receive our medicine emulsified and sugared and this all of these ways, versus do we want to, what is there an optimal way that we can ingest them? So I like that. I think a lot of people here are pursuing like, okay, let's get this right, and it's with the user in mind. It's not necessarily always how does the industry want to uh, volley this.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing I think Dr. Mark, you'd appreciate this. We did like a control study with Pax Labs, like for I think 18 months, where we brought actual live patients in to try a product, and it was like low 18%, high 32 to 30, I think it's 34%, 32%, something like that. In every single one, it was like this opposite thing. They're like, well, I think this is lower in terms of experience. I think this is the 18%. And it was every single, most, like almost every single time. Maybe there's a few outliers that weren't. Their perception was that the 18% made them higher and the 32% made them feel not as high. It was a really fascinating thing. And Yeah, I'll have to share it with you. We should chat about it. It's pretty cool. It was just really interesting. It kind of, wrapped my head around this thought that we really have a lot of work to do and we just don't really know. Further confused me in a lot of respect because, we built this world that the higher it is, the better it is, and better it's going to be, and more beneficial it is, right? And I get that in theory, but the olfactory is fascinating, man. You know, like it's like just threw me for a spin. You know what I mean? So I'll leave it there. I
That's
don't. Yeah.
a extra long joint you got there, Etienne.
Hey, what are you smoking on, buddy?
It's actually not extra long. It's just a regular raw classic long.
Okay.
And yeah,
Lunga.
I'm smoking some Maui Wowie, but then I put in
Aloha smoothie.
yep, Aloha smoothie, a snake of this stuff from the Fire King. Um, and yeah, some 710 Labs fun stuff. I ate something bad that kind of messed with me, so I'm a little low and slow this morning, everybody. So sorry for the delay. Hope
Oh
everybody's doing
shit.
well. Um, but this is something that we're discussing at the international level, because see, at the international level, they want to irradiate everything. They
Oof.
do not feel cannabis should be on the market internationally without it being irradiated. And
Huh.
of course, the studies I saw from Dr. Hazekamp showed that they're destroyed, whereas currently the USDA is saying it does not. So I've seen Arno's tests that showed, because I was around for them, and we actually did some while I was in the Netherlands. This is again 2011 with the cannabis masterclass. So again, I'm surprised that the U.S. is going in this direction. But again, as we're talking about, what the consumer wants everything. We can't pigeonhole our culture as well as societally what we want, right? You're always going to have those hash heads who want that highly terpenated, but I'd say that's a small percentage compared to, the average person who just wants or drinks beer. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking the average neophyte, non-cannabis user, etc. I know I have a dispensary. Over the decades, I've tried to pull back and only sell high quality, and people are like, no, I can't afford all high quality. So you have to listen actively to the market, and the market is its own self. Market and culture are two different things. Okay, I think we're also conflating, who we are and what we are, right? Because the culture is that what we're sold is what we're marketed, right? And we are marketed absolutely everything. And I think you're correct, Colin, is that there's a lot of ignorance because we don't educate well. We've seen a steamrolling of change. I mean, look, we saw rosin come out in 2017 and people can't even spell that or, explain that correctly, right? Much less indica and sativa, which of course makes us all still cringe, right? So when we're talking about, specific about what the consumer wants, from my experience, they want every aspect, and which means we need everything and to be educated and have that education, which currently we do not. We're missing gaping holes in, right? So the consumer is finding what they have access to, right? And I've seen studies recently that women are preferring beverages, right? Whereas men tend to prefer smoking. Why is that, right? We've seen a cultural shift and change from a lot of us grew up, cigarette smoking was the norm. My grandmother used to call me a pussy for smoking anything less than a Pall Mall filterless. My grandmother, okay? So again, consumer educate, etc., right? We do a terrible job of that. We do on the specific things we like, but there's so much willful ignorance out there perpetuated by the leaflies, etc., that it's making it a problem for us to educate scientifically properly, right? We've seen that frustration. You've all had that conversation when, oh, what do you try this hybrid that I have? And you go, yeah, right? So I don't know what the answer is, but we have to
I
delve
have the
deeper
answer.
into our education.
The answer is that instead of educating people, we just have to do the thing that they're much more accepting of. which is brainwashing them. We need to take this information and just brainwash the masses with it, because I don't think the masses want to be educated, but they are actively involved in the daily on the brainwashing side of things, just like gobbling it up from CNN and all these other agencies. Just that's crazy.
Every time you
Gobble
hear something, your
gobble.
brain makes a copy. We are creatures of mimicry, and
Aren't we though?
somewhat
Yeah.
intelligent. Front run it.
Well said, Etienne. That's
Well, it's also fascinating how, we still mix we don't deal with the EU and their weights and measures. However, in cannabis, everything's by the gram. Everything's by the eighth, everything's by the kilo. You know what I'm saying? So it's also very odd how, even our willful ignorance, we bring in, the metric system, right? And it's been completely part of the cannabis system since I've been involved way back in the day. I measured out an eighth on my little scale, right, from the U.S. Postal Service, right? Remember those little clip-on you hang your baggie on,
Oh
right?
yeah, the
Yeah.
silver ones, yeah.
Yeah. The starter kit we all started on before we realized, oh, triple beams. Yeah, right.
Yep. Yeah.
So, it's again, how many people know what a triple beam is? Care about a triple beam, right? We cared because we were moving it, right? And we had to move it, and that better come out 454 or 455. I'm cool, 456, whatever. You better be fucking right. You can't be short, right? So weights and measures we still have problems with, right? Because people are still putting in packaging at 12, 13, 14% humidity, and people are still buying molded weed, and it should be at 11%. So
Yeah.
You know what? A lot of the weed I tested with the NIR had that 12 to 13.8% moisture, but the active water was below 0.5. And mold doesn't really happen, I think, till 0.7 on active water.
correct.
So it didn't grind the way we wanted it to. The unit is better when the weed is a little bit drier, but we definitely saw every single weed. We didn't see like a 10 or an 11% moisture.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, that's like a
everyone's
really
weed.
well cured product if you're hitting those numbers. Like that someone knows exactly what they're doing, or you're just lucky. But yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, that's why again, like at scale, it's really hard to do it. We all know that, so it's easy to forget that, and it's
I
everyone's
got a triple
right.
beam.
You still have a triple bean?
Yeah, I think I have it right over
I
here. Hold on.
I
Let me
miss
go
my
get it.
triple beam. Yeah, you got to go get your triple beam. I will say
Yeah, I
this, of
still have
everyone
my
that had
first. Oh, sorry.
anyone that had a triple beam in here, did you not steal that from your high school?
Totally. I was just gonna say that. Yeah,
I
I
was like,
did.
where do you, because
No,
Also,
where
I
do you
thought
buy
I knew.
those?
you're not
Where?
buying it. No,
Where
you
the
did
fuck
not
did
buy
you
it.
buy a triple beam, dude, in the 80s?
Oh, no. This is when I was at BPG. We were able to get them over
Oh
at
shit,
Annapurna
calling it
in
out.
Berkeley downtown, right? Because
Okay.
that's how it was. In West Virginia, no. I did not have a triple beam. I had the
Your
old
school did. Oh
yeah.
yeah, the little fish.
No. My school didn't because I graduated in a high school class of 19,
Oh
public
geez.
school. It didn't have a triple beam. I mean, we had babies in jars, don't get me wrong, but we didn't have a triple beam.
Damn,
Mine was a
babies
little
and
different
jars.
than that one, Mark, but I didn't have the hanging bird
Oh,
basket
look
thing
at the
that you
Oh
got.
wait,
hanger.
let's see it. Let me pin Mark because I've got it on just a
That's a
second.
centigram. That's the
I
serious.
still
Yeah,
have
look
my
at
Oh
O House
yeah.
digital scout too. The
See
black, I had a
here.
black
Pin. There we
digital
go.
scout.
He's pinned. There we go. Look at that. Look at that tripler. Bring that on
I've
tour,
never
baby.
used
Oh house.
I've never used one with the
Vintage.
grams for that. I've always had the flat dish because we're dealing in kilos.
I wonder if we're gonna
That's
start a
awesome.
vintage trend.
I grabbed that when the college was going, they wanted to go all digital, and they're like, well, we want to just like throw these away. I'm like, throw these away?
They'll
Are you
regret
kidding me?
that.
I just took one just to have it as a trophy.
I
Well,
might
it's
need to get
analog, right?
I might need to get a triple beam tattoo actually because that's how good
Yeah,
it works
it
in
doesn't get
our
any more
life.
analog than that, right?
Frame
It
that.
works when the electricity doesn't. When you
Turn
really
it
need
into
to
a
weigh kgs during the storm, Triple Beam House has your back.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible.
Still
I think we might get lucky and have Soma come and visit us here in maybe the next half an hour.
nice.
Sounds like it's
Good.
a possibility.
Nice. I'd love to hear
Well,
from
I'm
some.
glad he's out. I saw Yer and Ryan, a whole bunch of people on a boat the other day with Mila all cruising up and down in Amsterdam smoking. I can just about imagine the conversations. I saw Diane on there as well. So, yeah,
Yep.
that
Ryan
was a
was
boat of
there.
trouble I wanted to be on.
Yeah, it looked pretty good fun. I feel like that was like, oh, Doug was there from Hempworks, who we were talking about earlier. I think it might have been DJ's birthday boat ride or something.
Nice.
That's an
Doug's
epic boat ride.
DJ
yeah, right. No,
Short?
no, Doug's son DJ's
Oh,
turned
nice.
18.
Oh, hell yeah. That's
So
awesome.
he's
Right.
yeah, I think
Anybody
that's
seen TJ Short? It's been a while since I've seen him.
Dan. No, I haven't seen Dan in a long time. I feel like I reached out to him a while ago, on like Facebook or something, but maybe didn't hear back from him. I can't remember.
I think his
Yeah,
son is doing a lot of breeding now.
he
Oh
used to
yeah.
come by BPG and shoot the shit. I missed it. It's been decades, but that was
Yeah,
always
he
cool.
came up a lot. Mark, he was close with Mark Emery, and that when Mark had his original, the magazine with the 22-page seed menu on the front, first 22 pages, Dan came up a lot back then. And I guess he worked with Steve, and I can't really remember exactly. I definitely will never forget making hash with Dan on a school bus driving through the city of Vancouver, spinning the bucket manually. That was unique.
Speaking of, if you're stirring, do you recommend a stainless steel stirrer or a plastic stirrer, or does it matter?
Well, it kind of does matter to me for both reasons. So I worry about the stainless steel if you're rough and your bags have some type of coating and you're chipping the bags, that makes me nervous. I also am nervous if you're using a plastic unit and the plastic isn't hard enough and it's shedding as well. I feel like I could probably filter both of those things out, but I mean,
What do you
I'm
recommend then?
at well, I mean, listen, I recommend machines that spin it for you because they do just as good of a job. Even those cheap plastic washers will wash beautiful heads off of your plants. You can use a stainless steel unit from a commercial standpoint. Obviously, I recommend Whistler Technologies, the equipment that I use in a lot of my labs. But at the same time, it depends, right? It's a question like, are you recommending it to the masses? To the masses are still doing it with bags and buckets at home. The ones that are taking it a little more serious. Some of the first things they do is like, let's get rid of any type of plastic. We'll get stainless steel. It's like, yeah, no problem. Stainless steel is good. It's just different. You have to pay attention to it differently than you do the plastic ones. But I would probably suggest stainless steel for hand spinning, the paddle with a few holes in it so it has a little bit of less resistance and good bags that aren't going to shed if someone's sloppy with that thing. But man, I'll tell you, after hand spinning as much as I have in my life, I would be happy to never hand spin again. I'd be happy to just let a machine spin my water hash and filter it through. But I don't mind operating the bags. I like filtering for the gold, but the actual this process of doing that for like 10 hours a day at the facility was three of us just like we'd spin for as long as we could. Okay, another one comes in. We're just like, dude, this is insane. Like we're going to destroy ourselves, our arms, our backs, like over months. It's
Dude,
the whole
that's
reason I
yeah.
finally came out with the labs, dude, because those bags were fucking killing us. We were pulling like 86 32-gallon bags a day, just hand pulling them. And the water of the 25 micron would be like 140 pounds, would be like shaking, lifting it out, trying to, before I really understood the technique to drain that bag. So it was like, it's time for labs, all screen. And that's what we're doing now. Hey, welcome, Fletch.
What's up, Fletch?
What's up,
I
Fletch?
concur. It's, the Yeah, the other you can use, I mean, look, the bubble now bags, get three of those in a 44, fill them up and spin those, and then, don't use a liner. Using the will work really well, you know. Um, it's just you gotta be really careful. Um,
Yeah.
I'm like Marcus. I've paddled around the world a million times. I'm good to don't use a liner. Paddle down.
Dude, look what people are sending me.
Oh hell yeah,
This is
that's the one I had, bro. That's
that
it.
That's
exactly.
the
That's
one.
That's
that's the
exactly what
high
I
school one.
had.
I feel like Dr. Mark has like the older version than that.
Yeah, or maybe the advanced version. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
But
It might
That's
be. It
the
might be.
advanced version for grams he has. The one we were using was
Okay.
for weight.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
His uses now. I've also seen ones now that they're a step above. They're actually encased, and you use that for our measurements for our colors for our dyes and stuff. When I was at Ecolution, we actually had to get one of those special ones and send it overseas because you're talking micron. You got to really be directly on. And that's House is the best for that, right? So from the small to the big. So, Dr. Mark, that type of house that you're using, what were you weighing that stuff like? Is that like pills, all types of stuff? Because it looks like it's specifically for small stuff.
Yeah, no, this is for an educational laboratory where students are weighing out, um, grams of samples for conducting experiments in a teaching laboratory. Yeah, these aren't meant for, manufacture pharmaceuticals or anything like that. It's all, you know,
It's for weighing
instructional.
2CB before the fish show, Etienne.
Yeah. Well, who knows what they were making back in the day, right? But yeah, I mean, there's I don't know. I mean, I there's certain like nostalgia when it comes to laboratory equipment. I still have I don't have it here. I think I have it at work. I still have an old slide rule, right? Is anyone old enough to remember a slide rule before calculators? Probably not, right?
What about
I don't
So
think I could
abacus?
do
What
that. I
about
know
an
what it is,
abacus?
but
I had an abacus.
yeah, well, I remember I had an abacus too, and I had an old Texas Instruments calculator that I remember when my dad got it cost hundreds of dollars, and I remember, yeah, I mean, bringing a calculator to school was actually not, well, it's kind of like the way that we, with phones in classrooms now. I mean, if kids are taking tests, we don't want them accessing the internet to get the information for their tests. So we don't usually let them have phones during tests. But yeah, I mean, just simple calculators. I mean, just to do, long division and multiplication. I mean, I was in that first generation of students that were allowed to bring calculators. And when I first started doing computer programming, you remember I started college in 1981. I took a course in Fortran programming where this was before computer monitors and keyboards and mouses and all that shit. We had to type out these cards and we had to, type, computer commands into these cards and then bring a stack of these cards to the mainframe, which would have a card reader, and you'd put your stack of cards through this card reader, and the card reader would basically read all the cards and execute some computer program that you could probably do on an iPhone today. But yeah, I mean, it was really
that all
cool. Just
analog
to,
tape? Is that like analog tape you're looking around?
what was it? I mean, this was truly analog because it was basically just computer cards. So I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but they used to be these kind of
I'm
like
familiar, but
oblong,
yeah.
longer than an index card. And again, you'd have a whole stack of them, and each stack would have different kind of cutouts, kind of like the hanging chads of a voter's ballot, right? So wherever the holes were, the computer card reader would know that that meant a certain code to run through the mainframe. And yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I mean, so I remember when computer monitors, when I first saw someone sitting behind a computer monitor, I'll never forget, it was in 1984. And it was one of the professors had one of the first little Apple IIe's. I wrote my master's dissertation on a small little Apple IIe playing the little golf game that they used to have on there. But yeah, just what's happened in our lifetime. And man, I don't know if you guys watch Bill Maher, but a couple of weeks ago he had a guy who was predicting that what AI is going to do just in the next handful of years. He predicts between 5 and 10 years, it's just going to completely revolutionize and change just about everything we do, from buying groceries at the grocery store to the way you pay your electric bill to, just about every aspect of our life, the way that computers and the great information age that we've all grown up during and lived through has changed our world. I think this artificial intelligence is going to change it in a pretty profound way. And it's kind of like, for a lot of things like drug design, like when we started first doing rational design in the 1980s, it's when computing power got strong enough that we could actually look at the active site of an enzyme, right? We could dock a compound inside the active site. And it took, oodles of computing time. So we'd have to do this number crunching at night when the company wasn't using its computer during the day. But yeah, all that can be done instantly now. And using, neural algorithms and genetic algorithms to basically, take like not just one compound and one receptor, but take, an Avogadro's number of compounds and an Avogadro's number of receptor, large data sets, and to have them go through and, dock 10 compounds and then dock 10 new more, and then try to figure out how to optimize the way molecules sit inside proteins has been really huge. And yeah, I mean, I think, a lot of drugs are going to be discovered this way. And who knows what else is going to happen. You'd think, like, with all this rumble you hear about with air traffic control down here in the States, the Doge people went through and trimmed a lot of air traffic control and the FAA and all that stuff. And now there's supposedly, large metropolitan areas like the New York City metropolitan area were one of the 3 airports. Newark airport's got, real, shaky at best, radar systems to basically watch the planes coming in. You'd think that, again, AI or something would be able to solve those kinds of data problems. Because if you ever look at any one time, and I think there's a website that look at how many planes are in the air over the United States and Canada at any one time. Literally thousands of planes. I mean, and in a densely populated area like New York City, you'd figure they'd have some type of AI algorithm trying to figure out how to deal with the traffic from different planes. Now you throw weather in there and, certain delays and other airports. It's crazy. But, I need to steer this back towards cannabis. It's like, I wonder how AI can really, impact growing and production of cannabis. Someone was telling me, I saw this guy talk about it at BizCon, that there is an AI program that will look at like your nutrients and will look at your sun or your light levels and try to dial things in a little bit quicker, a little bit better.
If you want to link up with the ultimate AI, my brother Soma has it. Bufo.
Big ups to human intelligence.
It's the Bufo AI. Good to see you, Soma, man.
Good to see you too. Good to see all of you. But the ultimate AI is inside you. It's not outside. That's the only way AI gets anything good, is from inside each one of us. But the real AI is within.
Yeah, well, that's not artificial, though, right?
That's not artificial. Sometimes you have to get close to a near-death experience to make the difference. And I just had one.
I was about
Yeah,
to
you
say,
did.
speaking
Cheers
of
to
near-death
that, brother.
experiences,
Yeah,
welcome back.
you can. Hi.
Dude, seriously, how are you,
Good,
man?
good. I'm good. I'm get better every day. But it's weird having a stroke and seizures because you lose part of your memory for a while. That's the hardest part of it. And I'm getting
Wow.
it back more every day.
Well,
Every
you look
day.
good. You sound good.
Well, I got some sun on the roof.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that was sort of scary, man. You know, that was geez, no, Soma, come on. Push
Well,
through, brother.
everybody's thinking thoughts like that. Come on, help me, come on, help me. Like, this is one of the times where I really noticed all the outside prayers and good thoughts sent to me because it was overwhelming. That's the only reason I'm on here talking. I swear.
Yeah, well, it's good to have you, dude. Really good to have you.
Mm.
It's incredible.
Yeah, we sent lots of love out, man, because yeah,
You
once
need to
we
go
heard
to-
community pulled together and sent our energies, I'm glad they were received. I'm glad that
Yes,
you're well, and thanks to the doctors and nurses and everybody who made that
yeah,
possible. So,
they helped me a lot. And I turned all those doctors and nurses and other patients onto the concept of cannabis as a healer. And I did a good job with everybody I connected in there. It was part of it.
Nice. Spreading the good word. Spreading the
Yes.
good word.
What a good
Offering
position to be able
offering
to
the
do
coolest ones to come do Bufo with you.
that.
Everyone turn to the rising sun and pray so much.
No shit. I felt it. It's a nice thing to feel,
and
especially
I
when you
wouldn't
get to my age, man.
I wouldn't expect you to do anything less than even in your time of near death to you to still be educating the doctors and nurses
Yes,
on what is there.
that was probably one of the main
love
reasons
you,
I
love
was
you.
there.
That's awesome.
And I was also doing my candy at night.
Oh yeah, of course you were.
Yeah.
With the brittle. Dude, that brittle is no
And what a
joke.
great batch of it I had. It was really the batch that I needed right then.
Oh really? Live hash rosin, super potent.
Yeah. And
Pop
delicious.
it.
How do you make this brittle?
I make it with this one I made with 5 grams of exquisite full melt water hash. This water hash was GMO. And then I also added 1.5 grams of really good rosin to it. And I melted that in I lost you.
No, you're here. I'm just putting I'm
Oh.
putting our video on that we did 10 years ago together in your apartment of you making the brittle.
Yeah. I pretty much make it the same way, except I have better THC ingredients these days to add to it.
Right. Yeah, dude, this video has over 40,000 views on it, man. Yeah, 10 years
I'm
ago,
telling
dude.
you.
we
I'm
filmed
telling you,
this
what a
video.
great thing to have in the hospital.
No doubt. No doubt. We were just
Love that
talking
you-
about that earlier.
I love that you
Different.
you documented the process, Marcus. That's
Hi,
awesome.
hi.
Oh yeah, dude. And to be honest, it's funny because that video is 10 years old. I remember filming that video with someone being like, dude, I've known you for so long. Like, let's film a
Yes.
video. What the fuck?
Since
Like,
at least 2001 or 2.
yeah, like that video was already, even though it's 10 years ago, it was still like we'd already known each other for 15 years before we filmed that video.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I just met Soma
No.
and filmed a video with him. When I first met Soma, we were not filming the majority of what we were doing.
We were just like smoking that shit.
Smoking that shit,
and
exactly.
finding the best way to get the best of it.
Exactly. And without shadow of a doubt, dude, like you were always one of my first stops in Amsterdam. I was like, I'll go see
And
Soma.
you were one of my first waiting for your stops.
Hell yeah, dude. Walking up those stairs. It was awesome to see you in March, actually. It kind of was like just reminiscent. It was amazing to see they finally fixed that fucking subway thing.
Yeah. Yes.
That was Jamaica style. How long that
Yes.
was under construction in front of your house? Like, was it
for like
10 or
18
15 years?
years or something like that.
18 years.
Well, I think they finished it 2018 and they started it 2004.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy Christ.
14 years.
That's bonkers. Totally bonkers. I will send you that video, Etienne, if you like. I will put it into our chat.
Oh, yes, please.
And I will also put it in the YouTube chat. So if today you have nothing wonderful to do, you could put this on your agenda. Make Soma's brittle. And there's the recipe of Soma himself making it.
I love learning recipes, especially things that I can get into hospitals and into people. And if that's something that's it looks healthy with the pistachios and the nuts, etc. You know,
all organic,
still positive for THC, but I don't mind.
Yeah, the one you made, was it? It was a medicated one, wasn't it?
Well, they're all medicated.
Yeah, hash infused, of course it was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, there's that's some yummy stuff. You gave me some last time I was there and I ate it all and I ended up very nicely baked on the plane.
On the airplane or before?
I ate it before I got on the airplane. And
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Luckily, I will say that the only people that don't like doing that are the people who have had the experience of like getting stuck on the tarmac for 6 hours or having some other sort of crazy inconvenient, like, oh, wait, what's happening? It's like, oh, apparently the plane is landing in America. What? Yeah,
Oh shit,
so it worked out
customs.
perfect for me. Oh shit, customs. Yeah, you know, I don't fly over the US very often. I usually fly around it. Hopefully that'll all change when I get my waiver. But when I flew to Jamaica, every single time you're flying like pretty much right over the entire country, eastern starboard of America. So I always wondered what would happen if the plane just it had to land and like there's this sort of emergency or so, like, are you still like they're gonna treat you like, oh, you just came through our country, we're gonna run everyone's names, we're gonna pull anyone off that plane that's not supposed to be there. Damn, that would suck. So tell us a little bit about getting better, Soma. I mean, you said did you say it was like a stroke?
Yeah, I guess so. Because they tried to figure it out in the beginning. It was on my right side. My right arm and my hand couldn't stop moving. You know, I'm trying to direct it. You know, it was just nonstop going like that, only on my right side. And I totally lost control of my speech.
Shit.
And then after that, I started losing some portions of my memory, where like a person would come to visit me that I've known for 10 years in the hospital. And at first I couldn't remember their name. It was just, I couldn't grab it.
Wow.
I'd come back home and I'd look at a bunch of these crystals, and there was a few I couldn't remember the name at first. Crystals I've been with over 20 years. And it was amazing to me how my memory can go blank in a spot. And then since I've been home 17 days now, I've been watching it come back in portions. And that's a kind of beautiful way to watch yourself heal, to watch your memory come back.
Yeah. So you don't really lose the memories, you lose access to the memories.
Exactly. That's the perfect way to say it. Because the memories are there forever. You just have to remember how to access it.
Yeah. That's what I've
and
heard
smoking
this time
cannabis.
And time again.
These days I've been home, smoking hash, cannabis, rosin has helped me access it better. Really?
I've also written, Michael Pollan wrote specifically about how also psilocybin mushrooms help connect, aging neurons as well as disconnected neurons to reconnect again. So
yes, and also bufo.
And of course, bufo.
Yes.
Bufo.
How do you ingest your bufo?
What? You smoke one big puff in a glass pipe, and you don't blow it out. You kind of swallow it, and you just let it do its thing for 10, 15 minutes. You just relax, and it takes it to the other side, making you really think deeply that that's where you went, the other side, and you ain't on this side no more. And you start to think about, wow, what would it be if I just actually didn't have a near-death experience, but I had my death experience, and I'm saying goodbye to the whole physical reality I know. Every possession, every loved one, every ego trip, every whatever. It's like you're standing in front of a mirror. And you're standing in front of a mirror, and all of a sudden you're looking at yourself totally naked, without anything on you, without any jewelry, without nothing, not even dreadlocks. That's and then that's the answer to everything, when you finally realize that this physical vessel we're in, there's way more to it. This is just one part of it. And it's a short part of it, because we have this eternal soul that we connect with. And there's a few ways to access it before we actually go there. And cannabis is one. Great cannabis. When you nod out and go out and you leave your body, and you don't know you fell asleep those times, you access it then too.
Well, you've definitely had some experiences over the years of accessing it. That is for
Yeah.
sure. Holy shit.
I had 122 mushroom teas here, group teas, with 22 people removed in a big circle around this altar. And boy, did I learn a lot about myself and everybody else and everybody. Wow.
That's beautiful to recognize, is that ganja, when eating, the right ganja, eaten in the proper amounts, can take you to that infinite now moment.
Yes.
As much as other things, and really entheogenically plug you into God and yourself.
Exactly.
This is a gentle way to bring.
It's great to watch yourself heal from it. Really. Not just what we say, get high from it, but to watch yourself do deep healing with ganja.
Yeah, wow. That's incredible, dude. Just got a little message from Wade. He's not doing so well today. He's not going to be able to come in, but he's looking forward to listening to the show. So if you guys want to send some love Wade's way right now.
Sure. Man, that's effective stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, I think it's time for some more dabs. I got a bunch of nice dabs from Mark yesterday. He hooked me up with this Sauce Rosin Labs. I really love the grease bucket. I don't know why. It's just got this fruity, lovely taste to it. But he also gave me this poison purple OG thing. And it's quite lovely as well. I got a Wilson one as well, but I think we're gonna hit this one. Give it a little dab-a-doo.
I'm gonna try some of this one.
You hitting, Soma?
Oh, let me see where. Yeah.
All right.
That's greasy.
Yeah. Lorenzo helped me out.
Oh, Lorenzo. What a good brother.
Yeah. He came to the hospital 2 times to see me, and like 3 times since I came out. He brought his two pit bulls over yesterday with a giant donut.
Hell yeah, he did.
So I will share this. I will share this tale of, when the first time I was able to get something from my garden in a extracted way and consume maybe 500 milligrams of it. I definitely, this realm or pursuing connecting to God, connecting to myself, going into the state, seeking these entheogenic experiences. I'm familiar with some of those spaces, but the surprise of me to realize that really what ganja is essentially at the right amounts and the micro amounts can run the body, can function as a nutrient, and at higher amounts can take your forest, can help you melt into your garden, take the tree and build the fractal spiral, have you looking, dry mouth, have you looking, water's not helping. Okay, a little bit of vinegar, a little citrus, and all of a sudden the body activates and is gushing, and then rest, sleep, and healing. This was an aha moment of I can't believe they're permitting people to have this because this is
Yes.
that is gate
Can you
kept.
believe that a bunch of politicians got together in 1937 and all of a sudden, like, pushed it that it was a bad thing when it was the most healing, helpful plant on the entire earth? And we let them get away with it, but we have to stop them being able to get away from it.
It should be
like
criminal.
It's the time where they can't get away from it anymore.
Keeping the sacrament from people, keeping the direct access to what is away from everyone and making it a cult or leaving boundaries or regulation. All of this is very corrupt, should be criminal.
This shirt I'm wearing was made in Japan, but it's 100% hemp.
That's beautiful.
So are my pants.
Is that from your Japanese homies that you're going to do bufo with after I left you guys
I've done bufo with a lot of my Japanese homies, including the guy who owns this Japanese scissor company, like excellent cannabis clippers.
Sick. Very cool.
Japanese steel.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Are those your dogs in the background?
Yeah, these are our pups. We have our male Ovcharka, this Caucasian Shepherd and a Swiss Shepherd, and we have 20 years of wolves. We moved out to the forest to California and brought some wolves. So we've been doing this for a while. We have 5 puppies left to rehome. And so part of my purpose here is finding them good homes. Some hash church goers already contacted me. So I'm very happy to find excellent places. These dogs are amazing and they come from a very loving place. So
I posted this picture on Facebook, I think a week ago. It's a picture of this elder American Indian. I mean, older than me, at least 90 probably, he looks like. And those Indians, back in the day, they kept wolves as pets. Totally friendly with them. They weren't afraid of them. It wasn't the big bad wolf. It was the great friendly wolf back then.
Kind is the word. Learning from
kind
the wolf.
And caring, protecting.
Family, communicators. The 10% that give the bad name of someone
to so many things, including cannabis.
That's right.
They give it a bad light and it gets misled like crazy.
That's right. This essential intelligence and family member, trying to really speak to that. People don't want to hear where we're raised with the big bad wolf. And
I have a snake. My snake is 25 years old. I got her when she was a year old. So it's the longest I've ever had a pet. And I am so close with her. I mean, even if you look at this painting in back of me, she's around my neck. Can you see it through the...
You've had that snake forever.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I've had that snake since 2001. And I've realized, with me, just like you're half wolf or part wolf dogs, me and animals have such a deep connection, have such a wonderful connection. All the animals I've ever dealt with in my life I've loved them all so much. And I've had 12 different dogs in my life. In this house, I had 61 Siberian forest cats born, and I ended up keeping 13 of them. I had 13 cats at one time in this house.
I remember.
Yeah.
Wild, beautiful cats. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And now I have one British short hair. His name is Smokey, and he's gray. What an amazing cat!
Dogs are wolves. They're all Canis lupus, you know.
Yeah.
True.
True.
Humans are the same way. We become feral and wolfy if we're left to our own device in the forest, and you have to really work. And the benefit of socializing and communicating, I mean, that's something the wolves do and the dogs do, and so I love that. I love the family, and what you're talking about, your relation, your caretaking of them.
My daughter will be 49 years old on August 11th this year, and my son is 12 years old.
Good gap.
Yeah,
between Willow and Jake.
And then I got my 3 grandchildren. My oldest granddaughter, Lexus, she's 24. Yeah. My grandson will be 20 on June 20th. And my granddaughter, Sativa, will be 17 on September 17th.
Wild. That's crazy. When I met Soma, Lexi was like just born.
She was born in 2000.
Yeah, because I brought my daughter the next year and she was just born in 2001. So there's pictures of my daughter Trinity and your granddaughter Lexi hanging out at your apartment. Yeah, Trinity's 24 this year. She is 24 right now. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I was talking to it with someone the other day too, because when we had Trinity in 2001. And Breeder Steve had his daughter in 2001, same month or maybe 12 days apart. And then Scott Blakey, Shanti Baba, also had a daughter, same year, same 30-day period. And we were all in Lugano and Ticino at like the same time. So it was like we all 3 had just had our first child and they were all daughters. Yeah. So just a neat little thing that played out.
Lugano's the first place I ever across a table was able to access ganja, and it was in a little florist shop on a cork board that if you asked right correctly, they'd lift up, and it was labeled potpourri, only for
cotton bags
purpose
or hemp bags. And so, what year was that? 01, 02, 03?
That was 03, 02, 03.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I got busted in Switzerland in 2002.
Oh, shit.
With Chris Iverson making that movie.
No, see, I left that place, dude. I was staying there with Pete Brady from Cannabis Culture. He got him a bunch of shots. That was in Valhusen. That's where Chris Iverson had that giant, like, multi-football field size thing.
Yeah, that's where I was. Yeah. I was helping harvest that stuff.
Right.
And filming it all.
And the psychedelic trance
and
party.
And a bunch of other people. And I think it's all safe. Next thing I know, the cops made us chop it all down. But they didn't arrest any of us. They just made it was gone with the wind.
Okay, you want to know what's something even crazier, Soma? Like, I was there 2 weeks prior.
Lucky.
And well, yeah, for sure. And the Swiss police actually came to his place. And they knocked on the door and I was like, what the fuck? So I was like staying upstairs in the loft and I had the doors kind of open. So I just looked down and the police were like, oh, hello, blah, blah, blah. Super friendly. You know, it's all sunny.
That's how they were with me.
I was just like, what the fuck? So they're like, we will come back in 2 weeks and count the plants and make sure.
And we actually told them we're making a movie, and they kind of that was one of the things that saved us because it was a professional operation, and we weren't going to smoke it. We were going to cut it down. It was just props, and somehow they went with it. Except we were sorry when we lost the plants, but it saved our ass. And there was about 20 of us there when the cops came.
No, I know. Listen, I was there literally days before you arrived, and I got out of there and I went down south to Lugano to go see Breeder Steve and hang out there for a bit. I think it
Lucky.
was, yeah, it was the right choice.
Yes.
You know, because the other thing was that party of his was this big psychedelic trance party that they were going to film this psychedelic trance party, harvest all these plants. Everything sounded great right up until the point where the Swiss authorities were asking everyone for their passports.
Yes.
So you got caught up in that one, eh?
Yes, that's nice that you remember getting slightly caught up in it. But
I just remember it all going
like
down.
anything I got caught up in at this point in my life, like anything like not so good like that or great, it doesn't matter what happens to me at this point. I swear, even though I stop breathing, because everything teaches me something powerful and good that I need to learn.
Yeah. Well,
Just like when I was just in the hospital.
Yeah.
Now I'm recovering from a stroke. You know how many people actually do good at recovering from a stroke?
It's insane, dude. It's pretty incredible for sure that you're here talking, sounding exactly like you, sharp as ever.
I know I'm ending my teeth in, so I'm lisping on a few words, but my memory and my consciousness is coming back clearer and clearer. Thanks to all of you for sending me great thoughts and everything else.
Oh, of course, man. The greatest of thoughts. It's good to keep our community members and elders healthy and alive.
Yes.
You know, and that strokes are scary. That's
losing your memory is the scariest part, because unless you have good friends around you, good family around you to refresh your memory a little bit, you can't even remember the first of your days in the hospital.
Yeah, it's heavy, dude. That is heavy. Well, I'm glad you're getting better. Seems like you're definitely on par for moving in the right direction. This was only like 17 or 18 days ago. I remember it was some like 5 or 6 or 7 days of kind of worry though, right?
Yeah, because they put me in for like 4 or 5 days, and then May 5th came, which is like a day that nobody works in Holland. It's a special day, and many doctors and nurses aren't on that day. So they couldn't quite figure out what was happening with me. So they sent me back to home for a day. And then I started having the seizures worse. And then the ambulance came back and took me back.
Yeah. Smokes.
You don't seem like someone who maybe took a certain jab, but do you have an idea of what came to head in your body that caused blockage? Or
well, in 2023, the reason I don't have any teeth now is because I had my last 9 bottom teeth pulled out at one time by my friend, who's my dentist for a long time, because when I went to the hospital, they said I had a bacteria in my blood from my gums. And the only way I could stop it from increasing was to have the last of my teeth taken out, which I did. But then, after that, I had to take 41 days in my left arm of intravenous penicillin. I never did anything like that to kill the bacteria in my blood. That was weird, having intravenous for 41 straight days. And I actually would go outside like 8 of those last days with a portable unit that would keep me on it. And friends would come to visit me on the outside part where everybody would smoke cigarettes. And we smoked joints 8 times. Nobody told us stop. They knew I was a medical user, but it blew my mind that because they can see you when you're outside at the counter in the hospital, they can see who's there, what they're doing. And I had long dreadlocks at the time, and that was cool. And then I also smoked outside of the other hospital a pen, when everybody was smoking cigarettes and stuff. So I was always on cannabis in one way or another, no matter what.
It's amazing they're injecting you with something that's going to wipe out much of what makes you soma. They're putting that in, and you're still we're coming from a place of being thankful to be permitted to engage with an herb.
Right.
So yeah, it's wild. And we started today talking about broad spectrum antibiotic as a solution instead of edifying the body's immune system and ability to attack bacteria as itself, and somewhat causing the problem that it's trying to solve sometimes.
Yes, but I also recognize this visit to the hospital that no matter what bad side effects, some are worse than others, pharmaceuticals have, they help you heal sometimes. Like me right now, they definitely helped me with the epilepsy thing and the seizures. I can't say they didn't. As well as cannabis and as well as good thoughts and prayers, all that mixed together helped me heal and continues to help me heal. But since I'm having to take so many pills every day right now, now it's down to 11 pills a day at different times. I have to give it a partly thumbs up instead of always giving it a thumbs down. Now I have to give it a slight thumbs up because I can't deny that it helped me. It's a weird feeling to have because I was one of the most intense people for no pharmaceuticals my whole life. David Wolf is a good friend of mine. He's totally against it. He's going to come visit me soon, but I'm amazed that I got this more positive feeling from him on this visit.
Yeah, Wade's come in and talked about it quite a bit as well on his journey. I think it's easier to be against something when you don't necessarily need it, and then it becomes a little harder to be against something when suddenly it's like I always say it like this. I always say, if I had something weird and mysterious, I probably wouldn't go to the mainstream doctors to figure out what it was. But I will say that if I tore my arm off today, I would go to the hospital for sure. They have the bomb-ass trauma center. They'll put that arm back on. I'll be able to even still use it.
They got some amazing machines, man.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh shit, they got
pharmaceuticals do scare me, and the mentality
they scare me too.
Of the pharmaceutical cartel does scare me, but it can't all be that. There has to be some level. It has to be doing something for someone somewhere. I don't take them myself, but I'm blessed enough at this point to be young enough and healthy enough in my life that I don't have to, but I'm not beyond the idea or concept that I could get unhealthier as I get older and have something happen where, maybe or maybe not, I will appreciate that. It's really hard to say. I've thought about it differently since Wade's come in and talked about his cancer treatment and all the stuff that he's going through. And Wade always has such a touching way of sharing these things and such a vulnerable way of sharing these things that you just kind of see a different perspective.
Dave Watson, our great friend, he didn't get his insulin on time.
I know.
Because Diana wasn't there. And sometimes from pharmaceuticals, they can make you get trapped, where if you don't get it when you're supposed to get it, you're in a jail, you didn't know it. And then you broke out of it by accident and you died.
And then very much the idea of a biocide versus applying things that increase the healthy biome, and think of a plant in the forest. You wouldn't or in the lab, you wouldn't treat it with bleach and things that are going to wipe everything away. This somewhat brings the hop latent in. This invites in when you this invites in all of the bacterias, viruses that become dominant because the natural things that would prey and digest them are not present. And
Right.
so the idea of treating with life, treating the body, treating the plants with diversity and things that edify life and things that are eaten and become metabolites for the immune systems. Like this is future. This is no less scientific than suggesting a biocide be applied or an antibiotic and there are times when you got to get in there and start fresh. I want to recognize that, but
Sure.
but the body does know how. The plants do know, they are set up. Their intelligence is inherent, and so is
Yeah.
ours. That's what we're kind of discussing. There's fear around assuming that much of modern medicine is a biocide. Much of it is the Ozempics, the diabetes medicines. These are oxalates condensed, and these are things that decrease the body's ability to absorb nutrient. A lot of all of these things like limiting are limiters or killers in some way. And
yes, that's the dark side.
Is king, huh?
That's the dark side of it. But there's also
it's about application.
Nice side.
There's an application for everything, but whether or not it's long-term dangerous or if the cure ends up creating more problems down the road than the
exactly
itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it's one that you just have to make it all available once again and let people choose how they want to go about it. It was a while ago now, but my son had a little friend who had leukemia when she was like 6 or 7. And I wanted to get her all this cannabis information, and they were like, "Oh, thank you, we'll definitely look at that." But they really went like through the children's hospital. They went that whole pathway. And she went through radiation and chemotherapy and all of that stuff, and she survived the cancer through the ways that she did it. She's an awesome little
Wow.
girl. She certainly doesn't look like and no one would ever look at her and think she is been held back in some way. Like she's the same.
That's a good
She's
story.
as tall as all the other kids. Yeah, she's just super dynamic because she went through such a humbling experience, facing her own mortality. She's just the kindest little girl, just the most
Cool.
humble spirit that doesn't get caught up in any of the other stuff that the kids do. So I'm always just happy to have Maylee around, being like a great influence on my son and the rest of the kids, at now 10 years old. So yeah, there are some good stories.
Life is vigorous, and it will survive in spite of a lot of our intentions and treatments. It's amazing. It's like
well, I
That's
always
such
said
a
that,
nice word, vigorous.
People were using like the Rick Simpson oil made with like naphtha or isopropanol, and I was like, there has to be some type of toxins in there, but it's like, yeah, but it's still like actually helping people beat cancer and other things. So it is what
I
it
just
is.
want to say to you, good on being a good bubble dad and exposing your children to alternative lives and lifestyles and changes. As somebody who grew up with a challenged individual, actually, my father born blind and my brother was born blind without eyeballs. Okay, so I
Wow.
was dealing with a lot of challenge situations, and I would watch people hide their children from my brother and other things like that to try to shield them, where I would watch other people walk backwards in front of me staring at my brother because he looks physically like a circus freak to people,
Wow.
which is very frustrating and angering to me. But I had to grow up in southern Louisiana and deal with the humility of taking him and then going to a bathroom and taking my brother to the bathroom and getting assaulted in the bathroom because some redneck wants to stare at my brother.
Wow.
So, I have a great appreciation from those who teach their children the respect of stepping outside of their comfort zones. So, thank you, Bubble Man.
Great.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
Endocannabinoids are essential for brain development. Endocannabinoids are essential for health. And it's
Yeah.
like this like shift of it's not something that you will get your children taken away from you
Right.
if you're interacting with. It is the
Right.
opposite, where this is a non-toxic. And yes, the naphtha, Rick Simpson coming out of this practice, but that's not the only practice. So just this idea that these things are essential for our immune system. The endocannabinoid system could be renamed our anti-inflammatory immune system, and it would still be accurate. So yeah, big ups people who look for non-toxic, most healthy ways to treat themselves. Should be
Nice. Nice.
Hey, Marcus. One of the things that I wanted to mention, and Etienne's story just kind of made me think about it too, is what we were discussing, where we, kind of how we did with Rob, where we kind of, keep church on, someone's story or subject or whatever, and especially the panelists, and maybe that kind of brings some of the stories and gives a little bit more insight and kind of a continuity for some of the viewers about the history and people's particular stories, and we kind of stay on track of getting to know people a little bit better and kind of get a little bit more insight.
Yeah, no, I like that idea a lot, man. It definitely was great with Rob. That episode was awesome. Definitely, it's true too because Rob in particular, even he's not overly wanting to like share for hours. We really had to kind of pull it out of
With
him.
him
Like
for
if we
3 hours on the boat. Uh,
Yeah, how was that, Soma?
That was great. I was sitting next to him on one side and Mila on the other side and a bunch of other cool people around.
Yeah, I saw the nose was there and I saw
Yeah, no.
Was that DJ's birthday boat ride or was that something different?
Well, Dougie was on it. I don't think it was his birthday. Maybe I'm wrong, but he was definitely on.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I saw the whole crew there. It looked
And we were
pretty
allowed to
fun.
smoke on that boat. That
Nice.
doesn't happen not very often.
Yeah. Can you imagine being on a boat in Amsterdam and be like, I'm just gonna light up a spliff, and the guy going,
And
you
people
can't
were
smoke on the
watching us
boat in Amsterdam?
from people were watching us from the street as we were going by, smoke coming out the back,
That's
The
awesome.
boat is on fire. Somebody get a fire extinguisher. The boat must be on fire.
Well, I will say that one time at about 2 a.m. in a Wendy's parking lot in my 1974 orange Westphalia Volkswagen van, my dear, dear Volkswagen van, I had a session with my friends that was so hard and heavy that when we opened the side door and the smoke came out of it, and yes, this is the actual van, and that's me standing in front of it. When I opened that side
Look
door,
at that
I'm telling
jacket.
you,
Look at that coat.
yeah, that's an old hemp coat from Manitoba. When
Wow.
I opened that door, the smoke that came out was so intense that a fire truck just happened to be driving down the highway in front of the parking lot, and they turned around, put on their lights, and absolutely thought the van was on fire when they pulled up. And they got a big kick out of it and laughed hard. It's when I realized at that time in my life that the fire department is cooler than the police department. That was my revelation that day.
Did they
Well,
Yes.
teach you the term hot boxing?
Well, we were the hotbox champions, dude. At that time, I had already hotboxed my friend into the hospital. And while he was at the hospital, he was asked, "Were you in a house fire?" Because he had suffered minor smoke inhalation. I'm not even making this up. I'll never forget it. He had got this car. I mean, really, the whole story is sad. His mom had committed suicide, and that was super fucked up. She was in her 30s. We were pretty young, 15 or 14 or something. And a few years later, some of that money that was left to him, he was like, I'm going to buy myself a little car. And he bought this little Miata, this tiny little fucking car. And so we were at my house one night, and he was like, he was like, we should get really stoned. I'm like, yeah, dude, you know what? I'll roll 5 joints and we'll fucking blast these. Like, we'll, I had this weird piece of wood that you could put the joint in backwards. And so you could shotgun these joints. So the thing was, I rolled 5 big joints. I said, let's go in there. We'll shotgun all these joints. And I went in there and I shotgunned, I want to think 2 to 3 of them back and forth. We shotgunned these joints to the point where I was so stoned. It might have even only been 2. And I remember saying, I'm stoned, man. Like, that's good enough for me. And him going, oh, come on, man. What do you mean? Like, you said we were going to smoke 5 joints. Aren't we going to smoke 5 joints? Come on, man. I was like, all right, motherfucker. And I just blasted the next 2 or 3 joints down his throat. And yeah, he ended up getting the official doctor's. He basically said you suffered minor smoke inhalation, which I will say at a young age that was pretty hilarious. I mean, come on, that's
What is
funny.
it like? 2 exhales to hot box a Miata? I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
A
It's a
Miata.
little exaggerated.
I'm telling you. It was but we blasted 5 joints, all 5. I don't know why he wanted it, but if he was here today, I'm sure he'd remember the story the same way and be like, yeah, my throat was fucked for like 3 weeks. Like 3 weeks. I found that piece of wood. It almost, I can't even describe what it looked like. I probably still have that piece of wood because I found it as high as someone could be on mushrooms and still find and hold on to something like that. And yeah, I hand drilled it out and I blasted so many. It was like it almost looked like a wooden spoon, but it kind of had a spiral. And where the hole came out, the whole spoon was right there, and the smoke would like come out of it in such a psychedelic way. It wouldn't just come out like in a burst it would spin and bounce. And man, the amount of joints I blasted through that thing was I couldn't even acknowledge. So I gotta say, I had a good time with my cannabis and psychedelic use as a young person in Manitoba. I know they look at it as a faux pas now, but kids could be doing much worse things than having a little bit of weed and eating a little bit of mushrooms.
Absolutely.
It
Have I
seems like
told
the
this,
two. Go ahead, Etienne, please.
did I tell the story of how my friend inhaled a pipe screen into his lung?
Oh my God.
Jesus, no.
I never told that story.
I don't think so,
That doesn't
dude.
sound like fun. How hard do you have to suck
Okay.
it in?
Can I story time from ATN? Everybody okay with it? I'll try to make
Yeah.
this brief, but it's kind of an epic story because just how this goes. So, all right. I just get back from the Gulf War. Literally get back, lie to the military, tell them because I don't want to end up on television coming down the fucking stairs being a hero comes home. I didn't want any of that bullshit. So I lied to my command, and then my friends basically met me at the airport in Morgantown. They let me off the plane first. I was immediately tackled by my friend. My chin split open from his zipper, and then I was dosed with acid, and a joint was put in my mouth, and I was carried away. The night was a blur. The next morning, I wake up. My stepmom's like, "I'm going to New Orleans. Do you want to come with?" And I was like, "Yeah, me and my friend, we're gonna catch a ride down in New Orleans." So literally, just back 24 hours, we go down to New Orleans. So I've got some weed. He has back then a wooden pipe with a, back then stainless steel screen.
Yeah.
We get eventually to, we're driving from Morgantown, West Virginia down to New Orleans. So somewhere around Tennessee, we stop from the night and we smoke the bowl. And then my friend decides to then clean the pipe. Well, for those who are unfamiliar, putting a screen in a wooden pipe is its own challenge to stay. And it really requires resin or a solid screen. And for some reason, after he scraped the bowl, it basically would not stay
Wow.
in the bowl. You remember all that, right? The wooden pipe thing? Some may
Yeah.
be like, you're fucking crazy. All right. So he decides to put the screen in the mouth of his asthma inhaler because it fits there for some reason, right? So next morning, we're driving to New Orleans, and all of a sudden it starts pouring raining. And all of a sudden I'm shotgun, my step monster's driving. and my boy's in the back, and I hear him hit his asthma inhaler, and he goes, one, and on the second one, I hear, oh shit.
No.
And I turn around, and my boy is his name's Greg. He's clutching his throat. I'm like, what's
Oh
wrong?
my
He's like,
God.
the screen. I'm like,
Oh my
holy
God.
fuck. And my stepmom's like, what the hell? I was like, pull onto that bridge. So we pull on the bridge because it's raining, right? And it wasn't raining. I get him out. I try to immediately apply the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah.
Not working, right? Not working at all. In fact, he's whistling. And because he had actually cleaned the screen. And so what had happened is when he did his asthma inhaler, it shot it straight past his throat and right into his left tracheal.
Wow.
And we're just like, oh shit. And my stepmom's like, all right, I'm driving to New Orleans. So she drives us straight to New Orleans and goes to my grandmother, immediately drive him to, oddly enough, the hospital I was born at,
Wow.
Charity Hospital, which used to be Hotel Dieu. And so we get to the emergency room, and of course, who has to call his mom and dad? Oh, me, right? So I feel like, hi, yeah, hi, yeah, I'm at the hospital, and apparently, your son has inhaled a pipe screen into his lung. Yeah. Oh no, I know. I just got back from the war. Yeah. Okay. So, I need your permission because they have to either go through his nose or they're going to have to open up his chest and have
Which
open
I've had.
chest surgery to go in and pull out the screen. Okay. And of course, the mother is not amused. And of course, I hear her talking to the dad in the background, and they reluctantly like, you have our permission. So I go to the doctor and like, you have their permission. And basically, they were able to use flexible forceps. They went in through the nose, and they gave him pharmaceutical grade cocaine, and went through his throat. Was able to grab it, pinch it, pull it to the back of his throat, and pull it out the back of his throat. And here's the kicker. So the next day, this is when Hurricane Andrew came through. So we actually drove through like 3 feet of water to get to where I was in New Orleans, to where I used to live. Not kidding you. It's crazy shit. Like alligators go on the road, crazy shit. So I'm like, man, I could really use a bowl about now. My brother goes, oh yeah, here you go. And he packs a bowl. And I start hitting it. I'm like, oh my God, why is this hitting so well? We don't have a screen. He's like, he starts to giggle, and I stop him like, no. He's like, yeah. He's like, really? Apparently, the doctor and them, they put the screen in alcohol and gave him the screen back. And so we were
Wow.
actually puffing through his lung screen.
Oh my God.
So there you go, people. Don't put your screens in your asthma inhaler because you never know, you may be puffing on it the next
Dude,
day.
that fucking thing must have shredded as they were pulling it out. Like, can you
Oh, I
imagine?
can't
Like,
imagine. But when I saw him, right?
oh,
When I went into the room, dude, his eyes were so open. He's like, dude, I had the best cocaine I ever had in my life. And that kind of started me on my quest of, well, doctor, where did you get the cocaine from? Oh, we get it from the pharmacy. It's made in Bolivia. And I was like, wait, what? You get legal cocaine? And yeah, well, that was the kicker, because here's the funny part, right? Because the doctor comes in initially, right, for the assessment, and he comes in laughing, and we're like, well, doctor, what's going on? He's like, well, this is the second one for the record books. We're like, second one for the record books for the night? He's like, yeah. He's like, you wouldn't believe what happened next door. And we're like, okay, well, we got to ask. It is New Orleans. He's like, yeah, we just spent 2 hours chiseling a cement out of a guy's anus, and then 2 golf balls fell out. And then I just walked into this. I was like, okay, all right, that wins. We're good.
Jesus Christ.
So careful in
Oh,
New Orleans, people. It's a crazy place.
I've been there
New
once.
Orleans. Never for me. I have never been there. But maybe one day. Maybe one
So,
day.
so now I've told the lung screen story. Now it's done.
Oh, it was good. It hurt. It was hard to hear. It's funny, but it's also like, oh my God, like Jesus, like nowadays, like I hurt my pinky recently and it's a little inflamed, and I'm like, that hurts enough. You know, the idea of having like a screen pulled out of my left, no thanks.
Yeah, when
Nope.
they first told me I had to have open heart surgery, and I was just learning about it, and I went into the doctor and I said, when you say open heart surgery, exactly what does that mean? And he gave me this look and he said, well, we have to cut your chest open, do the surgery, and then seal it back with steel wire, which I still have 20 plus years. That steel wire is still right there.
Was that like '04 or
That was '05.
'05, '05,
And then I
okay.
had my second heart operation through my groin in 2019, 6 years ago. And
No shit.
that was so much easier than open heart surgery. So I have my second animal valve in my heart. The first one was from a cow, and the one I've had for the last 6 years is from a pig. And I have no problems with my heart right now. I just had this seizure problem.
Crazy, dude. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully you're smoking a lot of hash.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Let me see.
What's your favorite hash you're smoking right now?
Oh, this is still GMO, I think this one.
Oh, GMO. GMO. That fucking awesome flavor profile. So yummy. Got a couple other things here from Brindle Farms. Papaya cross. This is pretty rotty. It's
Mm,
got some pretty nice
yeah.
fruity papaya rotten terps. There it is. Oh, maybe.
Colin, what was that nastiness you were showing?
This is actually this is blueberry banana. This one, yeah, I just went and grabbed this out of the freezer or the fridge, actually, this one, fridge.
Now I'm doing this one a little.
Oh yeah, that looks great. This blueberry banana is really unique. It's just super complex. It's just got, and I think I was talking about it a few episodes ago where I had fresh press and I had it curing, and one day I let a group of people try the fresh press, and then the next day I let them try the the cold cure as it went through its process. It was like they thought it was completely different varietals. They're like, well, this one's super gassy, and the other one the next day was like, this one's really banana. You know what I mean? It's super, it's amazing what that does. That's why I
Oh,
appreciate
yeah.
both categories. They just bring out different profiles.
Yeah, this black maple from Brindle Farms is another really greasy, unique,
I don't see
just
as
different.
much cold cure, right? I mean, fresh press as much as cold cure anymore. And I really appreciate like a fresh press because it has just a different profile,
Mm.
you know?
Yeah, some people do it. I guess a lot, depending on what the chain of custody is for actually getting the product to your customer and how fast you can get rid of it all. I think fresh press just has to be a quick drop and it's gone, or at least cold chain the entire time because fresh doesn't stay fresh for very long
Yeah.
after it's been freshly pressed.
I mean, if they can afford to do it with milk for $6 a gallon, I don't see why you can't do it for a jar of hash.
I agree. I really
Don't
do.
disagree, brother.
I
Yeah.
totally agree. That being
They,
said, I think that infrastructure's been built into milk for so long now that yeah, it's just because so many people have attacked the margins of any cannabis product already that it's kind of like down to picked bones by the time you just get there. So you don't have much left to offer in
Yeah.
some of these products.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Kevin McKernan's study where they found, all those gene sets in the males that don't exist in, the females, and how that is potentially affecting breeding and what we have been breeding and the emergence of new traits, etc. It's interesting.
Like suggesting that the novelty is in the male pollen a little bit more than in the female right now.
That there's more diversity from the
That's what
male,
I meant.
because
Yeah.
the females are going to receive half of the genes from the male's X
Hmm.
chromosome. So the real question are those is the increase in diversity in the males, does that affect the diversity in the females essentially? um I I don't have any evidence, but it'll be interesting to see, because we're basically about 20 years into feminized breeding being the predominant, especially in the last 10 years, being the predominant method of breeding and finding new genetics. And one common complaint you continue to hear from consumers is that everything smells the same, everything tastes the same, everything has the same high. There's very little diversity in the products that are out there. And part of that is because of concentration of varietals that people grow for financial reasons, but it's also because those specific plants get feminized and used, and there's a lack of potentially a lack of diversity in that breeding method.
Hmm.
I think the ideology of it, Fletch, I think is there, and I think there's some sound evidence now behind it with the data now. That working femmes has created a bottleneck, and so to speak. In this case, it's showing a data set that suggests that that is what is happening. And I think from our both of our collective experience, sounds like through just like back channeling with you, we've both tried some of these methods using males and found a lot of success. And I think that's also, um, there's no science behind that, but I think our experience using that stock has showed better plants, right? And there's something here to explore now. Right now, we have a North Star to kind of go after. I don't know what it means, but I think it's really fascinating from a genomic standpoint that what has been tested suggests that there's, you know, yeah, the Y chromosome is to be explored more, right? We've got to understand why that's happening now. I'd like to see the data more repeated, I think, to kind of question throw the data, like let's throw it back at it a little bit, say, all right, guys, like cool. This is found. Now, what can we do to make more controls to further push the concept that this is true? Because it's very early, but I do appreciate the data set. It's why I posted it immediately when Kevin texted to me. I thought it was pretty interesting, but I think, the breeding world, the genomics world is pretty heavy right now. Everyone's like racing towards, this unknown, right? So I think it's really fascinating. I don't really know what it means though, right? To your point.
Yeah.
Uh,
I always associated the like difference between male and female breeding, especially let's say using a male and a feminized female from the same population, so like a flavor pack male and a flavor pack female, and hybridizing that to all the same plants. I always just associated that difference mainly just with the fact that I actually know the female characteristics of the feminized plant, whereas with the male, I don't, I've done male reversals as well, and that does give you like a terp profile, but it still doesn't tell you how it's going to recombine. And I mean, I guess you don't know that as well with your reversed female until you do the work. But once you've done that and seen the difference, I just attributed the difference to the fact that, well, I don't know what the male does, so therefore the it seems more diverse just because I didn't really know what to expect anyway. So there's that. And then the other thing that I thought, let's just say that there isn't an increase in diversity in the males. Like it may also be true that but like the X chromosome on the female, there's traits that exist in both the females and the males, but they tend to be more or less dominant depending on what type of plant you use. So
mhm.
a male may seem to breed better just because that same trait that's in both plants is maybe more dominant in hybrids when using a male versus the female you selected of the same trait.
Sure. Well, the other thing I thought about when the data came out was like, well, that means that uh, instead of using single males, it means that you should be diversifying your male population to actually pollinate the females, if to be able to bring a lot of this back together. So you're bringing a stronger subset to the table to start with, right? That's also I think that's also something that you know is really important, because you can't just use one male. That's probably part of the issue here, is there's a lot of bottlenecking because of that. But also, I'll argue the other side of it. And I always, Kevin knows this, I say this all the time. There's not enough, we still have to submit more samples. Like, people need to be submitting to the, to the actual Canopedia. So there is a larger subset of plants.
That's a good word, Canopedia.
Yeah. So we can actually aggregate it even more as people's libraries get bigger, and as these plants get crossed together, because it's just a matter of time before the larger subset of the data actually comes together, and we learn more. And if we can all contribute to that, it'll happen faster.
And your name is Fletch? Fletch?
Yep.
You're Fletch?
No, I'm Colin. That's Fletch.
Colin. Fletch, yeah. I don't want to forget your name.
And that's Julien. What's up, brother?
What's up? I don't want to disturb anyone, so I stay in the background.
Hello.
No, it's nice to see you, man. Like, listen, we are towards the end right now, but it would be good to introduce you, because we're going to have you on possibly next week and get more into this breeding conversation that really we're kind of finishing this Hash Church on in the first place.
Yep.
And they were actually, if you want to, if you want to give just a little introduction, Julien, as to who you are and what you've been doing and who you've been doing it with, just a little Cliff Notes 4 or 5 minute version. And then Fletch can repeat his question that what we were talking about right before you came in, which is kind of an interesting concept in regards to diversity and male versus female diversity. But go ahead, introduce yourself, man. How you doing?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing good. So I'm Julian. So hi, Soma.
Hi.
That's the only one I'm knowing personally, and you, Mark. So hi, everyone. Hi, Fletcher. It's great to meeting you. Hi, Ethan. Hi, Mark. Hi, Colin. Hi, Adam. So I'm Julian. I'm the partner and breeder at TH Seeds, Amsterdam right now. So partner with Adam and Doug since now 12 years. I am taking care of all the seeds production and breeding production for TH Seeds, and a lot of other white label seeds company. To not say their name, so we sell to a lot of different seed bank here in Europe, as we are not many seeds maker and breeder, like someone knows. So yeah, basically I'm French from Paris. I start to work really into the official scene and starting a Cannabis Cup in 2013 in Amsterdam, and start to win cup with Doogie and THC since them. So all the cup we entered with Sage, Last Sage, Bubblegum, and all that was growing by me. And then in 2015, and I was owning a grow shop in Paris for several years back then too. So I was always back and forth Amsterdam, Paris, and doing my breeding and selection in Paris, always in apartment and different things. And I moved in 2015, so it's been 10 years I'm in Spain. So first I moved to Basque Country and then to Barcelona, where I'm operate right now since 10 years and make all the seeds production for us and the breeding. And judging most of the Cannabis Cup right now, because after winning most of the cup entering, they asked me to stop entering and help them judging and be more relevant on the judging. And I was always complaining how the judging and how the competition is running. So they try to be more professional and involve a little bit more people like me and other, real smoker and real breeders. They know what they're talking about when it's been about judging real flower and real quality hash. And yeah, and I'm traveling a lot to California since 2016 as well, going to Humboldt a lot, Garberville, LA, and Santa Barbara, and other to see a big farm and see the California style to grow and breeding as well, and bring back genetics from America here uh, to have some exclusivity and start to and continue and survive. Basically, just continue to survive with all the fake around us. So just try to be relevant, create new things, try to revert different things than the other was doing before, only White Widow and Amnesia Cross with everything. So just try to be different. And yeah.
I like it. Well, welcome, dude. Do you want to repeat your question, Fletch? And then we're going to do maybe a 10 to 12 minutes more, and then I'm going to shut her down. But this question that you asked Julien, we could potentially pick it up, for a deeper conversation at 9 a.m. next
And
week.
the last sentence I will say, like I start my journey on selecting sage regular seeds made by by David, was sage cross skunk, and was my first attempt of regular and selection and breeding and make some F2s and see what's going on. And after this work, I entering in 2016 at the Legend of Hash when I see you and meet David for the first time and showing my hash. And I directly get my hunter to legend and I won second place front of Matt Great Gardner and some other big name. And only Team 10, only Stacks came for the public choice because it was a big English audience. So they get a lot of English vote for the cheese. But
Was
La
that in
Calada
Spain?
works with yeah, I was in Spain, Barcelona, and you get sick the night before because you was full of the advanced nutrients party when I didn't go. You been in this party full of smoke of cigarettes. You been sick, and you can even come that night to judge. So
It's true.
Tony Verdura was judging, Sam was judging, and Barry from True Cannabis helping them to judge at the end.
Yep, good memory.
So
Yeah, 2016,
yeah.
first, I think it might have been the first Legends of Hash
Barcelona edition.
outside of,
Yep.
yeah, the first one outside of Amsterdam. So
And the
that's
first time
awesome.
David was coming to Barcelona with his wife, and was a really amazing moment. To tell you the truth, was really, really
Yes,
good and
I
nice
shared an
moment, like
apartment with him.
really, really family event and gathering. I miss
Totally.
this moment. Was really, really good.
Totally. Yeah, well,
So sorry, I
I want to
finished
let,
with the part.
yeah, no, it's good introduction. Good to, give everyone an idea of who you are and what you've been up to. But I want Fletch to repeat his question for you, and then you can kind of give a short answer. We'll end, and then if you guys want to get into a deeper conversation, by all means, next Sunday we can do it. But if you don't mind, Fletch.
Yeah, I think what we were discussing is just that Kevin McKernan had done a genomics study basically on male plants and found that there's an increase in, or there's how many gene sets was it, like 5,000 gene sets or something like that more in males than in females. And granted, it doesn't necessarily mean anything other than it exists. And the question is whether or not uh males or females, whether or not continuing feminized breeding is potentially having a deleterious effect on all genetics that are being produced from that. And, to finish what we were talking about earlier too, Colin, is that whenever I'm doing exploratory work when I just use males, I usually use between 3 and 5 males and hybridize it to everything. And typically, if it's not a project that I know I'm going to be working on, I'm just exploring it, I'll use those all at the same time. if I'm really trying to work that line, I'll keep clones of the males. And if I find something really exceptional from those seeds, then I'll go back and reuse the single male to figure out which one it was. Um, but it's definitely a lot more work to do, let's say, 5 males individually, make 5 different seed lines and do all that work, and then you end up with donuts on everything, and it's kind of like, oh well, that was 5 projects instead of one. So you kind of at certain times you're trying to just increase your productivity.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So yeah, to Julian, to go back what we were talking about, just was that the males and females, that there may be a difference in either complexity or diversity available, and or maybe dominance of traits, or maybe there's no difference at all.
Yeah.
But also then you mentioned, Fletch, that the last 20 years we've been doing a lot of feminized breeding.
Oh yes, yeah, and that a lot of consumers complain that there's a lack of diversity in product, and obviously that's partially just because of market dynamics and market demands, but it's also may potentially be because of not only visual and other traits being stuck in only the females, or males being dominant or recessive, but the males may contribute positively to that diversity that people see. Now, whether or not that diversity is from the males being you not being able to select the males versus knowing what the female traits are, I don't know. I guess that's really the question where we're at right now, is that we know there's a genetic difference between the males and females, but we don't know whether it has any impact on the progeny.
Yeah, for me, I will say like the male have a big important and role to make, because when even I see all the seeds I can pop, and I pop like every 3 months, 100, 200 seeds can be feminized or regular. If I pop the new stuff, most of the things are really pretty much not similar, but I will say 60, 70% gonna be the same structure, the same color, finishing the same time, little bit profile different, but all the old seeds, if I use the old seed stock, when we was using the G13 A's male from Soma, the skunk male from Sam, all is way more different and way more. I have of 100 seed, I can maybe have 4 different, totally different seed line. Can get out this breeding, just these seeds. When I pop maybe 10 different seeds now cross with different male from America or from all over the breeder here, Spanish, Canadian, it's really similar. I will say only maybe breeder Steve back in the day. I have like Blue Bonic, Donk. I have some old seed I popped recently from him. That's really different structure than what I have right now.
The
So
old breeder
Soma,
Steve seed stock.
we need your G13. Yes, I have a lot of, I can share some. I have a lot of Blue Bonic, I have Blue Satellite 2.2, and I have Donk. I have like 200 of each strain. I get them from Gypsy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 years ago, when you find all the old seed stock you have from the old days,
Yeah.
I said like all the old breeder Steve stock, please, I need. I will love to find the original Shishka berry from back in the day. For all the really hash project I make for Morocco and all that things, that's the really good, nice dry resin for me will be mixed with banana.
You know who
I
first
think will
gave
be
me
the
those?
perfect match.
You know who first gave me the G13 seeds that I crossed with Hayes was Ed Rosenthal. He brought them from America. He gave me like 11 seeds, and I got male, female. They were male, female. So that's how I got the male G13. No, yeah, he gave me 11 seeds, and they didn't all sprout, and the only ones that sprouted were male. And that's how I got the male.
What
I never
year
had a
was that?
G13 female. That was like 1997 or 98.
Yeah, I will say, yeah, that's period. because I'm just starting to collect seed in 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I
From
started working for
this.
Ed around 2000, 99 and 2000. So I was just
Yeah.
wondering if maybe there was some of the seeds that we had produced early on.
Yeah, he used to, when he used to first come into town, he used to stay at my place where I had a big grow room too. That's where he stayed.
But I have a nice G13 skunk from Shanty.
Oh, nice.
6 years ago. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah.
amazing. It's
I used
make
to
that
hang
some
is
out
that
with him a lot
giant
too.
trees, nice dry resin. It's
is that the one
amazing.
he calls the Gee Whiz?
I don't know,
I
but
remember
I
I
know he
visit.
gave me a private cuts like 6, 7 years ago.
Okay, I saw the cut that he had of G13 in 2000 and I don't know, 2 or something. I was at his facility in Bellinzona with Gypsy Nirvana. And he had it growing outside of his greenhouse. And I was like, "Well, what's that?" And he's like, "Oh, I call that one the G Whiz. It's the G13." And I was kind of like, "Is that like a G13 shot?" Like he didn't really kind of go into detail on why he called it the G Whiz, but he definitely did say that. And
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. We did about 4 hours solid on the Hash Church. Want to thank Soma for being here. Thanks for
Oh,
being here, Soma.
I'm glad
And I
I
don't mean
could make it
here.
here.
I mean
Yeah.
here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, thank you. It's wonderful, dude. So thankful and grateful that you're happy and healthy and
It's
healing and
nice to
doing
see
better.
such smart people now, such intricately smart people in the cannabis world.
Yeah, yeah, it's wonderful. And I want to thank everyone who is watching
In the
today. There's
Cannapedia, let's say.
in the Canopedia.
That's
Yes.
a
And
new
then
word for me. I like that word.
what did we learn today? Data R, datum is. Data R, datum is. Thank you for the tip again, Fletch. We're definitely going to try and do that. We're going to try and start this next week off with some cannabis breeding. So we'll have some of these guys back next week. And Mojave was in the chat room. He said he'd come. Hopefully you can join us again, Julien, because you did come in pretty
Yeah,
late
yeah,
today,
yeah,
just at
yeah,
the
yeah.
end. Love to have
Yeah, I
you.
will be back
And
from Malta. I'm going to Malta this week and I'll be back on Sunday morning. So for sure I will be there.
nice. We'll have a good time in Malta and grow some
It's
beautiful
working.
cannabis.
Just yeah. We opened a club there and partner with someone, and yeah, We pop some seeds, so I need to go and make the selection and the
Yes.
phenotype. So it's always a good moment.
Nice.
Julien the Selector.
We try. We try.
I love
I
it, man.
cannot do the same. I have Fletcher as a good example for me. I have Soma and Shanti as a good mentor, and Fletcher, I will say, for me is the only guy can look and just inspire me every day to just push more and more and more and more and more and more because we will talk later on, that's private, but I get one or two cuts from him and that's I'm so impressed by his work and what he's doing for the community, share his own works and cut, I will not doing. I can't because it's too much here. If you share Somanos, you just shoot yourself in the foot and everything's gonna be renamed without 6 months and you just kill your company. But yeah, I'm really glad to be here today with all you guys. And Soma, I keep thinking on you every 11/11 every day.
Yeah,
Keep
I
this
love
in your
that.
mind. Every 11/11, I screenshot and I
I
think for
screenshot
Arthur.
it all the time too.
Me
Even
too.
today, I screenshotted it. Thank you.
Yes.
That's a
Awesome.
nice thing to learn from me.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, thanks, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Mark and Etienne and Colin, Fletch,
Yeah.
and everybody. Adam from Wolf Mountain Organics and your awesome dogs. If you guys want to try to get a dog from Adam, wolfmountainorganics.com. He's got these dogs he needs to find
Wow, those
homes
are
for.
beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful dogs. In the meantime, I definitely want to thank all the sponsors. I want to thank the Press Club. I want to thank the Craft Greenery, Dennis and Mark. I want to mention again, they have that little contest. So if you go there and you buy Sauce Rosin Labs, which is banging rosin, this is tasty shit. They enter you in to win, I believe it's a Puffco e-rig. So, and shout out to Puffco, of course, as well as a sponsor, and shout out to Bubble Bags. In the meantime, I really do hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their Sunday, however much there is left, if any. Otherwise, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. And that's it. That's a wrap. We'll see you next time. Peace, everybody.